leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh,
Good morning, everybody. We are back for the day 3 of the CEE Sustainable Finance Summit. And today, I guess, we will look at one of the most important topics that exists. It's energy. And energy is everything. It's the fundamentals of our economy. It is the thing that drives our economic growth. It's pretty much what charges your phone. And just imagine life without your phone. And today we have an absolutely stellar lineup of speakers from across Europe, speakers from across different parts of the system, to discuss what do we need to do to ensure a sustainable energy transition. And I have the great privilege to welcome with us today Mary Burse-Warlick from the International Energy Agency. She's the Deputy Director. She will join us for the first keynote remarks, followed very shortly by Mr. Giles Dixon, the CEO of Wind Europe. And finally, last but not least, Mr. Hans van der Loo, the Chairman of Institute for Integrated Economic Research, CEO Blue Cooling Initiative, and he's also a STEM ambassador. So without much delay, I would like to welcome Mary to the stage to join us for the first keynote remarks. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I don't know if you want me to sit or stand or what works best, but if you don't mind, actually, I think I will sit. Just like to say thank you so much for the invitation to join you today. It's really a great pleasure, and I really look forward to the opportunity over the hours ahead to get to know some of you a little bit more. Yes, many thanks to Julian, who had the opportunity to meet. Guess it was in England, yes, in Oxford about a year ago for the invitation to be here. The subject you're looking at is really of great importance to us at the International Energy Agency, I think to countries really all around the world, and certainly an area that we've been developing policy recommendations on. I'd just like to start by saying I think it's important to acknowledge the progress that's really being made in terms of the clean energy revolution. We see signs of it all across the spectrum in terms of government and industry responses to the global energy crisis. And I think the clean energy revolution really is moving faster than many realize. Global energy-related CO2 emissions actually rose less than initially feared in 2022 as clean energy growth offset much of the impact of greater coal and oil use. In fact, even if global CO2 emissions grew by 0.9% last year, which they did, reaching a new high of over 36.8 gigaton, this would have been up to 3 times more if there had not been unprecedented deployment of clean tech, notably renewables, electric vehicles, and heat pumps. Last year, electric car sales accounted for close to 14% of the global car market, up from around 9% in 2021 and less than 5% in 2020. So this is a real improvement. Heat pumps, the central technology to secure and sustainable heating in buildings, surpassed the sales of gas furnaces and boilers in the EU in recent years. And solar PV sales also grew in the last 2 years, aligned with what in fact will be needed in the IEA's net zero by 2050 scenario. And the industry is set to keep this pace. So this is really important in terms of developments. And already today, the pipeline of announced manufacturing capacity for solar would be sufficient to meet global demand for solar panels in 2030, again, under our net zero by 2050 scenario. Low carbon electricity is also getting an important boost from the comeback of nuclear power in many parts of the world. People often ask what the IEA's approach is to nuclear, and we think that it certainly can and is making an important contribution to our decarbonization goals. Moreover, in our 2022 World Energy Outlook stated policy scenario, where we explore how the energy system evolves if we retain current policy settings, for the first time we saw global demand for fossil fuels is in fact peaking or plateauing. And these are all encouraging signs, which I think are really important to acknowledge. IEA's latest analysis shows that if governments all around the world achieve their NDCs and their net zero pledges in full or on time, and understand that the if is very important in terms of implementation, and if companies follow through on their own commitments in sectors such as aviation or shipping, then the global temperature increase would be limited to 1.7 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. However, to move on to the trajectory for 1.5 degrees Celsius, in line with the Paris commitment, we will need to address the main fault line in the fight against climate change, and that, in our view, is scaling up investments all around the world in clean energy, and specifically in emerging and developing economies. And there, first, we need to scale up the level of clean energy investments globally. At the IEA, we now estimate that government actions will help propel clean energy investment to new highs of more than $2 trillion a year by 2030, a rise of more than 50% from today. So this is a big challenge. However, we need to move onto the trajectory. To move onto the trajectory of 1.5 degrees, we'll have to accelerate to reach more than $4 trillion by 2030. So really quite sobering, but we think achievable. 60% of this will need to be in emerging markets and developing economies, and that's where the gap lies. Currently, we see an imbalance in which clean energy investments are invested, where they are investment, with advanced economies receiving an outsized portion of funding. Emerging markets and developing economies make up 60% of demand, but they've only received less than half of clean energy investment. However, under current trends, we would have advanced economies concentrating 55% of clean energy investment in 2030, despite representing only 1/3 of energy demand. And this is even more important when we consider that the cost of capital for new solar and wind projects in emerging and developing economies is 2 to 3 times higher than it is in advanced economies. And this can double the effective price of the same projects in these regions. So if we do not find a way to quickly reorient the geographic spread of investment, the risk of two-speed transitions is in fact very real. And this is also very relevant for this region, for Central and Eastern European countries, because a move towards low-carbon energy offers high potential in this region and could also minimize its dependency on fossil fuels while maintaining energy security and supporting a just and inclusive clean energy transition. But financing clean energy projects remains really the main hurdle. So against this backdrop, the financial community has a really key role to play, no question, in the orderly allocation of capital away from fossil fuels and towards, first, the massive ramp-up of clean energy spending globally, and second, towards emerging markets and developing economies in particular. In the last year alone, we've seen some positive signs that provide strong indications that the direction of travel is the right one. In an upcoming report, and that is specifically the World Energy Investment 2023, one of the IEA's flagship reports, which we'll be publishing next month, we'll be highlighting, among other things, that we have seen a growing number of financial institutions pledging to align their financing with net zero scenarios, which is really very welcome. Second, an increasing number of countries have now introduced green taxonomies, including South Korea, Indonesia, Mexico, South Africa, Colombia, Sri Lanka, and Georgia, with more countries announcing their plans to develop new green taxonomies, such as Australia. And China's also moved forward, publishing in 2020 the Green Bond Principles and the Common Ground Taxonomy. And regulators from 13 jurisdictions have introduced or proposed new disclosure requirements on ESG or on sustainable funds to improve labeling. There's also been a proliferation of non-financial reporting standards and regulation, generally emphasizing emissions and climate risk disclosures. And these include the 2 voluntary standards from the International Sustainability Standards Board, IFSR 1 and 2, on climate-related reporting, and the EU Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, which will require large and listed companies to report on, among other things, their environmental risks, opportunities, and impacts. And a growing number of central banks are conducting climate stress tests, and in at least 18 jurisdictions, banks either are or will soon be subject to requirements to implement such testing. And this is important as the European Central Bank conducted a climate stress test in 2022, as some of you may know, and found that 60% of the 104 participant banks did not have a climate stress testing framework in place, and that about 2/3 of banks' income from non-financial corporate customers stems from greenhouse gas intensive industries. And there's also been a growing number of public finance initiatives to support an increase in clean energy spending, such as the Bridgetown Initiative announced by Barbados Prime Minister Motley at COP27, that proposes several steps to reform development and climate financing. So that's a bit of a preview for our upcoming World Energy Investment Report. While these are all encouraging signs, no doubt, and nevertheless more needs to be done, especially to overcome the structural issues and the limited pool of investable assets that are preventing capital from flowing to emerging markets, and that restrict the amount of equity and debt investment into clean energy in these economies. Currently, over 80% of financial assets are held in advanced economies. 7 advanced economies alone account for nearly 90% of global pension funds, which can provide a valuable source of patient capital. And the inevitable universe in emerging markets and developing economies shrinks even further when considering climate-aligned benchmarks. MSCI's Emerging Markets Climate Paris-Aligned Index includes only 427 constituents, 30% compared to 1,300 or so in the Emerging Markets Index that's based on where only 3.4% of the index are energy companies and utilities. And of the nearly 5,000 companies that have committed to set science-based targets, only 16% are in emerging markets and developing economies, and 29% of those are in China. So this influences the ESG scores. Listed firms from emerging markets and developing economies tend to have lower ESG scores on average than their advanced economy peers. And advanced economies still account for over 80% of issuance of sustainable debt, green bonds, with China being the second largest issuer since 2021, and other emerging markets accounting for just 10% in 2022. So governments in emerging markets and developing economies have mostly used green bonds to raise local currency financing for infrastructure projects. And sustainable debt issuance in the Central and Eastern European region is slowly taking up. From 2009 to today, the region's issued only around 220 green and sustainability-linked bonds, representing only a relatively small fraction of the global issuance. However, the vast majority of this issuance has happened in the last 4 years, which is certainly encouraging and signaling and growing interest, especially from the private sector in this financing instrument. And at a global level, further efforts to increase the pool of listed clean assets in emerging markets and developing economies would support diversification, but these must happen in tandem with other strategies to reduce perceived and actual risks in those markets, including increasing public capital and concessional tools. So the IEA is very much engaged in this area. As I said at the beginning, we really want to and will be continuing to contribute to the debate and discussion, the policy recommendations on sustainable investing in this year too in particular. As I mentioned, we'll be releasing the World Energy Investment 2023 report in June. And we'll also be releasing a report on scaling up private sector financing for clean energy transitions in emerging market and developing economies at the Summit for a New Global Financial Pact that President Macron will be hosting in Paris, June 2023 of this year. So really, once again, thank you so much for the invitation to join you. Really look forward to the other keynote remarks and the panels today, and really look forward to further engagement with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, and thank you for sharing already some insights from the upcoming report. So it's actually very interesting to see that there is a growth in green bonds. We had some conversations here yesterday about green bonds. So fingers crossed we will see a lot more of these investable assets and this financial instrument. I would like to give the floor now to Giles Dixon, who will, tell us some more about renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Linda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Where is wind energy in Europe today? The blue bars are the gigawatts installed in each country. The red bars are the share of wind in every country's electricity mix. Wind is now 17% of all of the power we consume in Europe. Let's zoom in on Central and Eastern Europe. People think it's a bit of a desert for wind energy. Far from it. Wind is already more than 10% of all of the electricity consumed in Poland, Lithuania, and Croatia and Romania. Where are we going from here? Let me just show you the electricity mix for selected countries in Central and Eastern Europe. The wind is the light blue, the black is coal, the grey is gas, the orange is nuclear. So yes, we're over 10% in many countries, but we have to put this in a wider context. So where is wind going from here? The dark blue bar is the capacity in the EU today of onshore wind, light blue offshore wind. By 2030, the EU wants us to have these numbers, huge growth, and by 2050, those numbers. People think wind energy is all about the growth of offshore wind nowadays. No, far from it. Look at these numbers. Most of the growth is coming from onshore wind, and this is reflected also in how the EU sees the evolution of its electricity mix over the next 30 years. Again, dark blue is onshore wind. This is the consumption mix. Light blue is offshore wind. Wind by 2050 will be 1/2 of all of the electricity we consume in Europe. Wind is going to grow also big time in Central and Eastern Europe. True. Some countries, Hungary, want to go mainly nuclear. Other countries, Poland, Romania, want a mix of nuclear and wind. But it's clear, wind makes sense. Wind gives you energy security. It's a local energy resource. The wind speeds in this part of Europe are good enough. Perhaps not as good as the North Sea, but basically anything that is not green, that is orange or darker, is good for wind energy. Of course, the environmental impacts are very good. No CO2, no other pollutants. Good for land use. You can combine it with farming, both livestock and arable. No water consumption at all. We can build wind farms in very dry areas. And when we do offshore wind, we have a positive net impact on biodiversity. This is an artificial reef that has emerged out of the foundation of an offshore wind farm. Next reason why wind makes sense is that the public want it. Oh yeah? Oh yes. Look at the opinion poll results. Do you want more onshore wind? And it's not just in Western Europe. And you know, these numbers are even higher when you ask the people who are living close to wind farms. Why? Well, they're seeing the direct economic benefits. Every onshore wind farm in Europe is paying taxes to the local town hall. Many municipalities, 10% of their budget comes from the local wind farm. On a macro level, there are big economic benefits. That's the contribution of the wind energy industry to EU GDP today. Every time we build a new wind turbine, on average, we generate that amount of economic activity. And look at the jobs numbers. That's how many people work in wind today in Europe. And by 2030, it will be that number. For all of these reasons, in Central and Eastern Europe, lots of wind farm projects are now being developed and constructed. And we're beginning to see the first activity on offshore wind. Poland developing lots of offshore wind farms. We see developments in the Black Sea and Adriatic as well. But, and it is a very big but, there are 4 big challenges we have to overcome if we are going to realize this expansion of wind energy. The first is this. This is the application for one of the 5 permits that you need to build one fairly small onshore wind farm in Germany. And this is replicated all over Europe. Fortunately, the European Union and national governments are now doing something about this. New rules have just been agreed at EU level, which say the following: the expansion of wind energy and solar is now a matter of overriding public interest. The judges, the NGOs can't just say, no, 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 there are biodiversity interests that trump this wind farm or solar park. Now you have to take a balanced view of the two. We don't need to strive anymore under EU law to protect every single bird, animal, or fish. We take a common sense, population-based approach to species protection. And there's a new EU deadline. All the permits you need for a wind farm and solar park now have to be decided on within 2 years. At the same time, you'll be pleased to hear that many governments and the IEAs playing a key role in this, thank you, Mary, are moving to digitalize the permit application, the permit processing procedures, so there'll be fewer of those big ring binders that I showed you earlier. So that's the first challenge. Second challenge is we are not investing enough. Mary told us about the global picture. Here's the European picture for wind, what we've invested over each of the last 10 years. The dark blue, again, onshore. The light blue is offshore. Those are the amounts in billions of euros that have been invested each year. And the green curve shows you the capacity that that has been buying. Look what happened to offshore wind investments in Europe last year. Zilch! Partly because of inflation, not fully reflected in the way that governments index their auction prices and tariffs, but partly also because investors looked at what national governments were doing, intervening in the functioning of electricity markets, and they did not like what they saw. Or should I say, you did not like what you saw. Fortunately, the European Union is now doing something about that. We have new proposals from the Commission for the redesign of Europe's electricity markets. These will restore order. They will say governments can no longer intervene willy-nilly in the functioning of markets and spook investors. And they will say governments must ensure that renewables investors have a perspective of stable revenues, whether it's through two-sided contracts for difference or through PPAs. And this is really important, because if you know you've got stable revenues, that will help you contain your costs of capital. Mary, you told us that the costs of capital are far higher in emerging economies than in the Western world. But there are differentials inside Europe as well, as you all know. Here, if you can see it, we see the differential between the average cost of capital for building new onshore wind farms in Central and Eastern Europe compared to Western Europe. But two-sided CFDs and PPAs will really help here. CFDs are great. They are cheap for governments. The yellow line is our auction price. That's our stable revenue for the first 15 years of a project. Here is the electricity price. When it's higher than the auction price, we pay the difference back to governments. Governments make money out of us. Of course, when it's the other way around, they pay us. But this can balance itself out. Today, of course, governments are in the money. CFDs are cheap for society, also because they minimize the costs of capital. There is our CFD project. Here's a project which only has market revenue. And look at the average lifetime LCOE of these two wind farms. That's what it is when you have a two-sided CFD. That's what happens when you don't, when you're relying only on market revenue, because the banks are very reluctant to lend debt to those projects. You're having to finance it through equity. Much more expensive, of course. So this is our second challenge. Our third challenge is we need to invest much more in grids, transmission and distribution networks. The trough in the middle, that is today. We are not spending enough. Investment volumes have gone down. Look, compared to where they were, they need to double by 2050. And our final challenge, ladies and gentlemen, is this: the wind energy supply chain. Today, it will not deliver the huge expansion in wind that Europe wants. Yes, we have 250 factories making all sorts of components, including in Central and Eastern Europe, but this is not enough. And the turbine manufacturers and their suppliers today, they are operating at a loss, most of them, because they've had inflation in input costs, which has not been sufficiently reflected in the auction prices and the revenues of their customers, the wind farm developers. And somehow we need to do something about this. The EU recognizes there is a problem, and now it has its Green Deal industrial plan, which some see as Europe's response to the IRA, of course. What the Commission has proposed falls short, needs to be beefed up, and now is the moment to do it. The Member States and the European Parliament are finalizing the text. It's good that we have flexible state aid so national governments can offer investment tax credits, but they can only offer CapEx support. Maybe they should be offering OpEx support as well, like you get under the IRA. It's good that the Commission are now saying governments in their auctions shouldn't be deciding who wins just on the basis of the lowest price, but they should be considering the additional value that the bidders are offering in terms of biodiversity, protection, CO2, life cycle, footprint, energy system integration, how many batteries, electrolyzers do you have? Oh, you score more points in the auction, things like that. Let's have a criterion which says, are your turbines made in Europe? Yes, you score extra points. That is what we should be doing. It's exactly what the Americans are doing. And we need additional EU financial support. And it's no good the EU saying, we'll give you money if you invest in innovation and technology breakthroughs. This is not a technology challenge, ladies and gentlemen. This is a pure volume challenge. We need to be building loads more wind turbines ASAP. We need more factories for this ASAP. Take the analogy. It's 1937. We've invented the Spitfire. We know it works. Don't need new aeroplanes. We just need more of them and as many factories as possible manufacturing them. That is where we are with renewable energy technology in Europe today. Finally, the national governments have an opportunity now to really get their own policy response in order. You'll be aware that a few years ago they all wrote these national energy and climate plans. They were sort of ambitious, not very. Now they've got to update them, and the deadline is the end of June. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to be getting governments to give us the level of policy ambition we need to meet these 4 challenges I've described. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Giles. You definitely woke us up. We need the big moment of building more, building urgently, ASAP. Couldn't agree more. Hans, please, the floor is yours. We're running out of time, so we're going to try and speed up so we have enough time for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you. You've got the clicker. Oh, yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to fasten your safety belts? Your mental safety belts. Because I'm going to take you for a helicopter ride, both through time and reality. Linda knows that this week there are many critical materials conferences going on in Brussels, and there were competing priorities there, but knowing Linda, I said, no, I'll come to you, because the financial community actually has a very critical role to play in all this. The good thing is that there's nobody in this room who would not prefer 500 million euros capital over €1 of annual income. Or is there anybody here who would prefer €1 annual income over 500 million capital? We all know capital is much more powerful than income. Well, ladies and gentlemen, energy is very similar to that. Because until 2 centuries ago, we lived on €1 per year income, solar income that is. That's the energy that the sun throws to the earth. By the way, for the non-technical people, wind is also a form of solar energy because it's the temperature and pressure differences that cause the wind. Water power is the old wheels that you can actually see at the Charles Bridge, is of course also solar power, because how does the water get into the river? It's the evaporation cycle driven by the sun. So almost all forms of energy that we use, renewable energy, are in the course solar energy. So up until 200 years ago, we actually worked, the economy, humanity worked on solar energy of the year. And then the British discovered coal. Now, what actually is coal, or indeed oil and gas? It is prehistoric solar energy. It's the sun energy, the solar energy of the last 500 million years, which nature converted into hydrocarbons. So there's a big difference whether you can tap out of an income of €1 a year, or you got a vast capital of 500 million equivalent that you can tap from. And we see the results. In the last 200 years, not only did the economy skyrocket, also by improving the economic living standards and hygienic standards, we rose from 1 billion people in 1820 to 8 billion now. If in the next couple of minutes you understand 4 things, then my trip to Prague has been worth its while, and they all have to do with a systems view. If you will understand in 10 minutes' time this principle of stocks, what we are living from in the last 200,000 to 300,000 years, which is the length that our species has been roaming this planet. So it was always different forms of solar flows. And then, as I said, in the 18th century, we discovered coal, and what you saw is that we actually moved from solar flows, income, to solar capital, or stocks. Now, it's just a percentage, so the absolute volume has gone up enormously. And what we see now is that actually the share of the solar stocks is going down because, as both Mary and Giles indicated, we do not want to use that for climate change reasons, and also the capital is limited. The income is infinite. For millions more years, the sun will throw energy to this planet. But the capital is limited, and in actual fact, we have consumed half of all the capital. Now, if the total capital is 500 million years, then half the capital is 250 million years of prehistoric solar power. And we use those 250 million years in 200 years. So that means, on average, we used 1 million years of solar power per calendar year, on average. But energy consumption, of course, since the beginning of that blue, has risen. In 2020, we consumed 4.2 million years of prehistoric solar energy. So what will happen when we will move that down, either because it's not there anymore or because we do not want to consume it because we would grill ourselves? What it means is that the energy mix will change again toward much more renewables. Now, what is important is that prevailing economic theories historically follow the energy mix. So in the 100% renewables part, you had economic theories like Ricardo and notably Adam Smith from The Wealth of Nations. I am an economist by training, but I said to Mary, I'm an economist who has fallen off his faith, and I'll explain later on perhaps why. But I think that Adam Smith really understood reality because his theories were about harvesting the productive value of land. What can you grow on land using all the input that we get from nature? Actually, what we've been doing for the last 100 years, we've been cheating a little bit because we're no longer standing in our own time. We're actually using energy from a different time, namely from the past. And as we all know in the energy sector, producing energy has become more expensive. Now, we are so bright, we solve the problem. You solve that problem as well, the finance industry, because in addition to using resources from the past, prehistoric solar energy, we're now also using resources from the future in the form of credit. So we are now burning the candle on 2 ends. The present is not standing on its own legs. We're hanging in the sky, from one ring of prehistoric solar energy and the other ring of future performance in the form of credit. But we're not standing on our own feet. Now, both the prehistoric solar energy and the future credit are finite. Both will come down, hopefully in a gentle way. So the question is, if our economic theory changed over time, so first we had Marshall, then we had Cobb and Douglas, we had Friedman and Keynes, they all came up with different theories. Now, physics would never work like that. Laws of physics are always the same, but not an economic science, which is not a science, it is a scientism. It looks like science, but it isn't. So what then is happening? Did reality change? No. Did our perception of reality change? Yes. Are we reality blind? I think also. Now, Linda already said in her opening how important energy is for society. It is the very basis of everything. Life depends on energy and resources. Society depends on energy and resources. And in fact, our health and happiness also depends on energy and resources. Now, I've spoken about stocks and flows. Now I want to talk a little bit about energetic remoteness, and this is a really important concept. Because sun and wind, of course, are free. But the metals we need to capture, convert, store, and distribute renewables are not free. In actual fact, they're pretty metal intensive. And here you can see, for example, on the chart in the black, in the red you can see the consumption of energy, and the blue you can see the production of copper. So basically, you know, over the last 20 years, the production of copper has remained stable, but the energy it costs has enormously increased. But the demand for copper over the last century has gone really up. Now, why is this? This is the concept of density. 100 years ago, the average quality of copper ore was 2%. What that means is if you want to have 1 ton of copper, you have to take out 50 tons of copper ore. Today, the average quality of copper ore in the world is 0.5%. So for the same ton of copper, we now have to take out 200 tons of ore. The biggest copper mine in the world is south of Santiago de Chile. It's the size of the city of Brussels. McKinsey optimized everything that's there. It works 24/7. But at prevailing world market prices, they are only barely profitable because whilst they are a big mine, the quality of that copper ore is not 0.5%, but 0.4%. Now you may laugh. What's 0.1% mean? Well, it means they have to excavate 250 tons of ore per ton of copper against the world average of 200. So they have to excavate 50 tons more ore per ton of copper as the world average. And do you remember what I just said? 100 years ago, 50 tons was all we needed to excavate for 1 ton of copper. That is the effect of density, and that represents the energetic remoteness. We want the copper, but what do I need to do to get the copper? Actually, I should not do like this. It should do like an apple tree. When the apple is hanging here, that easy. When it's there, I can reach. When it's higher, I can stand on the chair. Maybe I can still use a ladder. But the apple's higher up in the tree, I can't get to. The energetic remoteness is too big. Now, the nice thing with apples is, if you wait long enough, they fall out of the tree. Copper does not fall out of a tree. So, whilst the prevailing myth is that renewables will get cheaper over time, and that electric mobility will get cheaper over time, the problem is that the people that say that, and it's the majority of people, they confuse part of the curve with the total of the curve. Because it's true that renewable energy, both wind and solar, is getting cheaper. They actually had a very big cost drop about 15 years ago. And do you know why? Because the production of solar panels and turbines moved from Germany and Denmark to China. So basically what I did, I substituted expensive Danish and German labor for cheaper Chinese labor. Now, unless you can tell me that you know of another China where we can relocate the production from China to this yet even cheaper country, this was a one-off price drop. But there are 2 more factors that help renewables. First of all, is efficiency improvement. If you get more voltage out of a certain square meterage of solar panel or more power out of a wind turbine, that is technological innovation. But technologies are, but not to extractive materials. Extractive materials follow a different cost pattern. In a mine, initially, when you operate the mine, you've got the scale benefits, you've got the efficiency benefits, but as the density, as I just explained, is going down, the efforts to overcome that, the energetic remoteness, are going up. So this is the cost curve of extracted materials. So we have this one-off of the relocation of the production. Then you got two factors that are indeed contributing to reduced cost, but they are marginally decreasing. And we got this other factor which is exponentially increasing. So that overall, and you're all finance people, you know, under the line, the cost will go up. Now, how can recycling help? Surely if we recycle this whole stuff with energetic remoteness, you know, that will be solved. Well, let me explain this. 100% recycling is not possible. You always have some degradation or waste, but we can make huge improvements in recycling, and we need to be doing that. Now, you will understand, as we increase the share of renewable energy, we will have a lot more metals going around in the turbines, in the panels, in the motors, etc., in the storage, a lot more metals. So that means that even when we do optimal recycling, the loss of wastage and degradation will go up as well as a percentage, even though that percentage should be low. And now the following will happen. As soon as the degradation and wastage in volume will be bigger than what gets added by virgin mining, the absolute availability will go down. So what we'll see over the next 2 centuries is, first of all, the demand will go up, supply will follow, but at great cost. And at one stage, we will have to make concessions on what we want, because we just can't afford it, no matter how we finance it, whether the EU helps or we jack up the price for consumers or for industry. We will not be able to get what we want. We may only be able to get what we can afford. But if indeed, as I just said, the recycling is optimized and the loss exceeds what's added from new, actually the absolute availability will go down as well. And you may think this is a long period of time because your life expectancy is only 80 years if you be careful with crossing the road, not in front of a streetcar. But for humanity, this is nothing. So basically, this is what will happen with energy consumption. So this is the forecast of world energy consumption in exajoule, and you can recognize that this is what will happen with global GDP. Because the correlation between GDP and energy consumption is actually pretty solid. Now, you may look at the margin, say, for example, oh, turbines do not emit CO2, but that, of course, is not quite true because you need to do a lot of mining. And so we should look at things in a systemic way and not relocating them. So I feel so dirty because it comes out of the tailpipe, so I electrify it. It's now very clean, but you basically relocate the pollution to somewhere else. Having said that, an electric motor is much more efficient than a combustion engine. But this is a very important thing. So what I just explained now is that physical reality. I will not speak, for time reasons, about the Chinese control, because in addition to physics, there's also a geopolitical dimension. Many of you may not have heard of the element neodymium, which is a highly strong magnet. And you need it both in the turbines, the wind turbines, so you get out of a certain amount of wind more power, and you need it in the electric motors, so that means that with little electricity you get more movement. 82% of world's neodymium is in China. And over the last 30 years, China has actually engaged in what we call natural resource colonialism. Africa is the backyard of Europe, but we have largely neglected it. China gave big loans to countries like Mozambique, who then could not service the debt, couldn't pay back the debt, and they said, can you please sign this piece of paper that those copper mines are now signed over to the Ministry of Natural Resources in Beijing. So why is economics, which is probably what many of you studied, certainly I studied, why is it not a science, but it's scientism? Well, for the following reason. It uses simplified models, no integration of natural science, looks at recent history, 200 years forward, little or no interconnection between the elements, no or weak feedback loops outside supply-demand view, and no inclusion of black swans or breakpoints. What we need to do, we have to say bye-bye to economics and we have to welcome ecosystem science, because the reality consists of complex systems. We should integrate physics, chemistry, and biology. We should include long-term human ecosystem history and highly interconnected components with strong feedback loops. And systemic failure risks are accepted and integrated. So this is what the future will look like. We've always been on this low energy return on energy investment, or slow wind, solar, water, muscle, firewood. We're now in this carbon pulse peak with solar stocks, and we will go back to flows again. Now, of course, we now have got artificial intelligence, we got computers, we got better insights, but we will not be able to maintain an energy supply at that level. So what is it, and this is my final slide, that we need to do? We must bring energy demand in line with the energy that will be available in the future. We must use the high-density capital energy that we have now to build a society that can provide well-being to the people with less energy. So energy efficiency is extremely important. Actually, when I last worked in Brussels, I helped DG Regio to bring 600 million euros extra investment to Central Eastern Europe for home insulation. If you give a fish to somebody who's hungry, he'll knock on your door next week again. Teach him how to fish, and he'll stay away and he nourishes himself, and he'll teach others how to fish. So we need a more systemic view. So the problem is now with the European policy, and actually policy also in the United States and in China, is systems view reveals gaps. Because what is happening, the orange line shows the quality of the energy. And we've been used that the quality always went up. But as we move to renewables, I mean, try to fry an egg in the sun when you put it on the plate. It won't fry. What you can do, put it on the bonnet of your car when the car's been parked outside, but then you actually use the bonnet of the car as storage, so concentrating. So in order to make that work, we will see a huge increase in the complexity, as also Giles described, of our energy system. And it will yield less energy. So the three things that we need to do in order to move from the present to the future is do better, that's efficiency, do less, and certain things do no more. Just like a move and you all travel, if you fold your shirts better in your suitcase, you can get more in the suitcase as if you just throw it in. So the more we can put in box 1, the less will have to go in box 2 or 3. But I can assure you, my friends, in the move from the present to the future, box 2 and box 3 will not remain empty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hans. And now we welcome the panelists who have been patiently waiting. And we will have the session moderated by Jana Chashwat from Allen & Overy. So please, our panelists to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you, the panelists, for speaking on the panel today. We have heard a lot about energy crisis in the last few months or years. It was a buzzword, and some people live it, some people just talk about it, but we would like to really talk what's here now and what's in the future. And let me again welcome the panelists here. I'll do the short introduction. So we have Ondřej Strecker here from ČEZ, who is the head of energy market analysis. We then have Jan Krčmář from Czech Solar Association.
Hello.
Jan Karabat, a director from Slovak Photovoltaic Industry and Renewables Association.
Hello.
Gary Mazzotti, board member and CEO of EP Infrastructure. And Mary, who was a keynote speaker this morning, thank you for that, from the International Energy Agency. So I promise we will talk about the future, but actually the energy crisis was so spoken that I...
Thank you, Jana, for the question. Actually, my answer will be quite simple. Our modeling shows that some 90% of the price increase of electricity during the last year was caused by the Russian invasion into Ukraine and the subsequent interruption of Russian gas supplies to Europe. That, of course, led to a very high increase in gas prices, and it also led to a very high increase in so-called risk premium because of the uncertainty about the availability of the contracted gas supplies. For example, we as a power producer, we weren't really sure that we would really receive the gas that we had bought on the energy exchange, because at the time there were many discussions about gas rationing, about the preferences of households and so on. So after all, there was this danger that we would end up in a situation that we sold our electricity to our customers, but we wouldn't have the gas to generate the electricity. So the market priced this uncertainty into electricity prices, and all these two factors, the direct gas factor and the indirect risk premium, translated into very high electricity prices. Then you are right that we have often heard about other factors, but according to our modelings, the effect of these other factors is really minor. Many people talk about the negative effect of the Green Deal, of the emission allowance, of the German Energiewende, and so on, but these hypotheses are just not true. Let me give you an example. For example, the emission allowance, it started the year at 88 euro per ton, and it ended the year at the same 88 euro per ton. So the effect of the emission allowances last year was null. The same with the Green Deal. Actually, Green Deal is not the cause of the energy crisis. It's a part of the solution. Because what is the objective of the European Green Deal? The objective of this strategy is to reduce the emission of the CO2 in Europe. So you basically want to decrease the import of the fossil fuel. And the same objective is good for the energy independence. So basically there is a synergy between the decarbonization objective and the energy security objective. Then you ask whether the crisis has already ended. Well, we think that the situation is improving. The LNG capacity in Europe is growing. The share of renewables or the capacity of renewables in Europe is growing. And we were also lucky that the past winter was quite mild, which left us with our gas storages considerably above average. So the outlook for the next winter is quite optimistic, I would say. On the other hand, I would like to stress that the global LNG balances are still quite tight, because it will just take some time to replace the Russian gas to build all the necessary liquefaction infrastructure, regasification infrastructure, and the LNG ships. But we expect that it can take some 2 or 3 years, and then the situation, the global market will find again a new equilibrium. We won't probably return to the pre-crisis levels of 20 euro per megawatt hour, but we believe that the new equilibrium will stabilize somewhere around 30 to 40 euro per megawatt hour. which more or less corresponds to the US long-term marginal cost of the US LNG gas.
Thanks, Andre. Maybe I would also ask Gary whether he has something to add, and what's your view, Gary, on whether we are out of the woods yet? Because Andre, I could hear some positivity in your tone. So let's see whether Gary sees the same way.
Well, I clearly don't want to agree with Ches, but yes, he's correct. Clearly, gas prices have come down to around the 34 level, so I agree with Andre that that's roughly where gas will settle. Electricity has come down now to 110. I don't see it peaking again. So I think we're going to have a long-term average price of energy, which is roughly double what we had in the past. But I don't see any return to the spikes we had last year. And positively, we have clear indications from governments that if it does happen, they will intervene, which is useful. So I agree.
Okay, and Mary, because you probably could see it more from the global scale, what's your take on this one?
Well, I think, yeah, I agree with much of what's been said already. I think it's really important to acknowledge just how well really Europe was able to respond over the past year in terms of the energy crisis, the gas cutoffs, and so forth. I think. Yeah, as you mentioned, there were a number of factors that I think made it a little bit less demanding in terms of some of the external factors, a less severe winter than anticipated, and a few other things. But it was really, I think, impressive in terms of the policy direction that was given and the determination to really diversify energy supplies across Europe. Filling those gas storages, I think, was really important, and the degree to which they were done so well. And again, given the state of the climate last year, those storage tanks are in a better position now than they've been in quite a number of years, and so refilling them won't be quite necessarily as difficult. But you know, Europe also really took advantage of this moment of crisis to accelerate the energy transition, and I can come back to that, but there was some very positive results in that effect. I would just flag that I think as we look ahead to the next winter, it's maybe prudent to be a little bit cautious in saying we're not necessarily out of the woods, given some of the exogenous risks that we've described. Possible we could have a more difficult summer, a harder winter coming ahead. You know, with China reopening now and their increased demand for LNG and gas supplies will likely have an impact. The state of play in terms of continued developments with LNG, new LNG supplies being brought onto the markets is also something to keep a close eye on. We've seen some encouraging results in the U.S. and elsewhere, and then, yeah, so I think important to keep an eye on all of those external factors. In addition, though, Europe has done very well in terms of reducing its reliance on Russian gas, now importing 80% less than it did a year ago. It's still got about 10%, if I understand correctly, gas flows coming from Russia. There's a possibility that those could be completely cut off, and that's yet another factor. So very good results, very much to be, I think, for Europe to be congratulated on in terms of its strong response last year, but also important to continue to be watchful in the months ahead.
Thank you. And it seems that you mentioned basically renewables or new energy mix is one of the solutions. So maybe, Jan, if you can please talk more about it. What is preventing this to be developed even more or quickly? What are the barriers? What do you see as the biggest obstacle here?
It was already mentioned before by Giles. It's permitting. Last year, the Czech Prime Minister Fiala, in a public television address, promised the public that he would not let them fail, he would not let them fall, and that, among other, government would pledge huge or unprecedented support to solar power. We reacted very quickly by pointing out that we don't need more money in the sector, we need fewer papers and forms to fill out. That is what's holding renewables back, it's permitting. What was mentioned before by Giles, overriding public interest, all these approaches coming from Brussels, those are not directives, those are suggestions and frameworks that member states can adopt if they want to. Now, Czechia has made no significant steps to introduce overriding public interest. In fact, we had to fight as the Solar Association in Parliament to even push through normal or regular public interest for renewables, which we pushed through. And I think so. Permitting is one big pillar where we need stronger political decisions that would really cut through red tape, take decisions out of local municipalities and local governments to some extent, or regional governments. Because I grew up in Vienna. Those of you who know the landscape between the Czech border and Vienna, you know there are tons of wind farms there. There was not a single wind farm and wind turbine when I was a kid, when I was growing up there. Difference is there were strong local politicians who were able and courageous enough to stand up to their own electorates and inform them that yes, maybe wind turbines don't look good, but we need them and they will be beneficial to our region. And this is why there are wind turbines in Austria today. This is why there aren't any wind turbines, or hardly no, in the Czech Republic. It's not because the wind doesn't blow, that's not true. As we saw on the map, there are many regions, and if you fly, for example, from Prague to Warsaw, you can spot and actually see the border because all of those wind turbines suddenly springing up. Now, the second pillar is investments, investor confidence, investment stability. The reasons why we don't have many new projects in the solar sector and in the wind sector, one of the big reasons is that Czechia was not a suitable investment destination for renewables over the last 13 years. We had a big solar boom in 2009, 2010, when we installed 2 gigawatts of solar as one of the first countries in Europe. We were one of the largest PV destinations in the world. But then the state introduced, I think, a total of 12 retroactive measures against the solar and renewable sector. And with each of those, banks were getting increasingly nervous. Investors were leaving the country. Today, we have Czech companies building power plants in Australia, Chile, India, Ukraine, Poland, wherever. And they're slowly coming back to the Czech Republic. But again, it's something which we're not getting rid of now. The Ministry of Finance again wants to cut subsidies for existing power plants, and since Friday I have my phone ringing, banks are calling me and asking what we think of this. They're nervous. Investors are already putting new projects on hold as of this week, so we have this again and again and again. So it's not pouring more money into the sector, it is about getting rid of permitting, stabilizing the sector, realizing that you can't punish old investments without affecting new investments. And the third thing I think is very critical on a systemic level. When we come back to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's not that Russia invaded Ukraine; it's that Russia invaded Ukraine for the third time. So I was shocked to see how surprised people were last year that they actually did this. So who would have thought that the country that invaded Ukraine twice already, annexed Crimea, shut down a commercial airline, killing hundreds of people, razed Grozny to the ground, used chemical weapons in Syria, bombed hospitals, bombed schools. Who would have thought that that country was not a reliable business partner? Well, it turns out the renewable energy sector did. If you look at who among European politicians has the clearest line when it comes to Russia, among others, or the frontrunners, the German Green Party. Foreign Minister Baerbock was one of the people who, before the before the third invasion, was bold enough to go to Moscow and stand up to Lavrov and Putin. And what I said last year was, it's not the third pillar. This is really important. It's not only about about decreasing our reliance on Russian gas, but we need to get rid of the people who told us that relying on Russian gas is not a problem, because this is one of the key aspects. We need to identify, or we just need to stop listening to people who told us, it's going to be fine, they will never attack. It'll be fine. We can gasify the entire Czech district heating sector with Russian gas. It'll be okay. Of course, it's not okay. And I'm saying this, by the way, fully aware that I'm a representative of the solar sector that has a big problem with reliance on China. We must get rid of our reliance on China because it's again. And by the way, this is one of the biggest topics in the European solar industry. It'll be a big topic in next month at the largest trade show in Europe at Intersolar. It was already a huge topic last year and the last years at the European Solar Power Summit in Brussels. And I don't know, but I'm not sure whether it is such a big topic at the trade shows and congresses of the European producers, or of companies producing mobile phones, speakers, headsets, lamps, because all of this was made in China. We are actively, as the solar sector, looking into this because we know that we can't say that we need to lower dependence on Russian gas and don't address the problems in our own backyard.
Thanks, Jan. And maybe just to give a place to Jan to react, because he basically comes from a similar association representing renewables in Slovakia. So do you see the principles basically same? Is it the stability that the renewable sector needs most?
Sure. You may be aware that Slovakia imposed a grid ban for 7 years. So there was a clear state intervention into our market and totally destabilized the whole renewable energy and other, just energy sources and the development. And we are still, even though this ban was cancelled 2 years ago, we still see the impacts of that, and we will see these impacts for some years to come, because obviously this investment stability is something that is hugely needed for some continuing business and for business models to really find their ground and then take off in a sustainable way. We are in a conference where sustainability is the buzzword, right? And well, sustainable really is this thing too. We lost 2 major primary energy sources and access to it. I think this was a huge deal, and we sort of needed this. I'm saying that it's not maybe 100% positive thing for common people, because the energy prices rose. But we, because of the decarbonization and the net zero goal, we needed this kick into our butt. And because of that, we are going to see, and we are already seeing, new business models being developed also in the renewable energy, mostly in the renewable energy sector. And I'm very happy about it. What we firstly we need is also the policy to really be implemented, not just see it in the paper and just new directives being rolled out every half a year, pretty much. But we need to implement these policy changes. We need to get the laws done. We need to find a way to overcome this public interest and overriding public interest. This is a huge thing, because people are, they have been massaged by this accessibility to energy for too many years right now. And it's because of the government, what they said. Well, the government will say, well, you have cheap energy, we will provide cheap energy. But they cannot provide cheap energy now, and they will not be able to. This is the market's play. We will definitely will be finding ways to keep access to energy, but it will not be cheap enough. And certainly not cheap for the politicians too. So it's something that we will. It's a big driver for the market, and I believe it's a very big driver for renewable energy, because the investments have been diminished. As we saw, like last year in the wind sector, there was a big slump. And in the solar sector, of course, this is a major play, because the access to capital is very important in terms of we are playing like euros per megawatt game, and every euro per megawatt hour is something that will definitely play some role. Okay, so every time you get above some level, you can do the project. Okay, anytime you cannot do this because of government interventions, because of cost of capital issues, inflation rates, or whatever, you are not going to be able to implement the project. So, and that will ultimately hamper us in our road towards net zero.
Okay. Maybe.
If I may,
yeah, sure.
One more observation. I would maybe add one general obstacle that caused the delays in uptakes of renewables, at least in the Czech Republic. I think that there is, at least in the Czech Republic, there is some sort of public resistance against renewables, and the politicians answer these opinions, and consequently, you can somehow sometimes hear that we have to protect ourselves from the green madness coming from Brussels, and it's very difficult to explain to the population that in fact today renewables are the cheapest source of energy, and that there are like true benefit in the developing renewables. So I think that's one of the main problems, at least in the Czech Republic.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is stability is a key, support, maybe to increase the public trust in renewables, but then it comes to the goal, which is to mobilize the finance for the whole sector, which stands behind all of the regulation, all of the proposal we have seen and the plans. So Mary, what's your basically take on how this cooperation can help in ensuring that what the colleagues like just mentioned, how the trust can be increased and the right finance sources obtained?
Great, well, thank you. Maybe make a few comments first on the situation in Europe, and then widen out the scope just a little bit. But I do think it's important to acknowledge some of the success, and really important success, that we've seen over the past year, while we're also looking at the challenges, look at what's been accomplished and how we can build on them. So our data shows that within 1 year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the EU's now seen more broadly, so I'm not just talking about the CEE region, but across Europe, 40% more solar and wind power additions, 40% more heat pump sales and installation, 15% more electric vehicle sales. Investments in energy efficiency have really jumped, and this is an area where more gains can be realized. And CO2 emissions across the EU have in fact fallen by 2.5%. So the challenge, the question is, among other things, how do we continue to build on that, because there's much more to be done. And I think there's no question that policy really matters. And again, if we sort of scope it out a little bit, I think it's the commitment to decarbonization and our broader climate goals that really need to be kind of seen as the overarching policy that are going to drive the very important investments in renewables and in clean energy technologies. And we have something like 50% of the clean energy technologies needed to get to we have the technologies available to get to 2030, but we've got more technology to develop to get to our net zero by 2050 goals. And I do think government incentive programs do matter as well. I know this was mentioned a little bit earlier, but the Green Deal industrial policy, like the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, I think does include some really important incentives that would not otherwise be there to assist with the development of those investments and technologies, this specifically in those some of the hard to abate industrial areas that will be very challenging. All that, I'd also say that supply chain risks are important, and I know that was also touched upon by Giles a little bit earlier. We've looked at this in our Energy Technology Perspective report that came out early this year, and there's no question that the geographic concentration of some of those not only critical minerals, but clean energy technologies and processing, manufacturing and processing more broadly are concentrated in too few a number of countries, which can present risks going forward. That being said, absolutely agree. It's not only policy and stable policies that are important, and regulatory environments that can really help, such as on streamlining permitting. But adequate financing, you're absolutely right, and affordable financing is really important, not only in the emerging and developing economies where we're doing a lot of work, but elsewhere in Europe, as Giles pointed out as well. And then I would also add, I think it's really important, and I know many countries are looking closely at the issue of grids, which also constitute a growing risk and bottleneck in many European countries to really accelerate renewable deployment. And of course, maximizing wind and solar PV investments is going to require really investing in grid expansion and refurbishment so that this can all be managed well. So there are a lot of pieces to look at. This is a particular subject as well that the IEA is doing some new work on, and we anticipate in the coming months to come out with a new report on grids. But when it comes to sort of the issue of adequate financing more globally, as I said, we're looking very closely at the issue in emerging and developing economies, where the cost of reducing emissions is far lower than in many advanced economies, but the financing that is available is much less. And we estimate that nearly $1 trillion is going to be needed every year on average in developing economies between now and 30 for us to get anywhere to be aligned with the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. And I mentioned, I think already, yes, this report that we are coming out with soon with the IFC that looks at the issues of concessional financing by development finance institutions and the role that can play in helping to accelerate and attract the necessary private financing and capital, which will ultimately be most important in being transformational. Our view is that capital is available, but there are many issues that need to be addressed to make it flow in broader directions into that part of the world, and also to countries elsewhere who are much in need of more financing.
It is also very complex, all the regulation coming in. Can you see how the market participant basically look at all of this and see just its regulation and don't see that link which is behind it?
Maybe a question for some of those who are actually participating in the markets themselves, because I think that's really an important question.
Gary, can you see the link between the initiatives and the new capital being found to fund all of the transition?
That's a huge question. The quick answer and maybe the controversial answer is clearly no. But to explain that would take several hours. But it's a huge. There's a huge mismatch between regulation and the reality on the ground, and until that's solved, then you'll continue to have enormous problems with the real deployment of renewable energy, particularly in this region. Capital's not the issue, private enterprise is not the issue. The problem tends to be regulation is done in a way which is prohibitive to the development of renewable power as opposed to encouragement. And I know that's controversial, but I really think regulators need to look at the reality on the ground and their regulations and understand that there's a clear mismatch. It's not my opinion. The reality is it's simply not enough solar or wind is being deployed in Central Eastern Europe. It's not due to private companies. It's not due to capital. It's not due to energy companies. It's simply due to the regulatory framework is not working. And unfortunately, those that put in the regulatory framework always think they're right.
Okay, and sorry for asking that controversial question. I have one even more controversial maybe, and that is because we have seen very nice picture of how the solar been here forever basically, and we have just used what's transformed from that, which is the coal, and we have a lot of coal still in the CEE, especially Poland, as we could see on the picture. So I wanted to ask what you think about how the transition will go for phasing out the coal. And the second question for that is whether we need to wait for that to happen before we elaborate the new sources like hydrogen and so.
Okay, I'm not quite sure why I'm asked the question on coal. But, EP Infrastructure is one of the largest energy distribution businesses in Central Eastern Europe. I transit gas, I distribute gas, I distribute electricity. I have the largest gas storages in Central Eastern Europe and the largest gas storages in Germany. My parent company is one of the largest power producers in Europe with operations in England, Ireland, Germany, France, Italy, Holland, Slovakia, and a little bit in Czech Republic. So our role is to bring energy to consumers, either by producing it or distributing it. So where are we? This is the Sustainable Finance Summit. I'm a very simple CEO. I'm not particularly intelligent. Where are we going? So in 2050, we are net zero. To be net zero, we need to produce all of our energy from renewable sources. Nobody disagrees. But we also need to find some way of ensuring that renewable power can be deployed consistently all of the time. And to do that, we need a mechanism to store renewably sourced power for the long term. And I hate to be controversial, but it's not electricity. So, and it's not batteries. So let's go back to where we were last year. Renewable power, and this is really simple, but renewable power does this. Renewable power output. When the sun blows and when the wind blows, it goes up, and when the sun doesn't shine, it goes like that. And if you deploy 3 times more renewable power, what does your power curve look like? It looks exactly the same. The consumption of electricity, if I'm right, goes something like that, that, and that during the day. So what you need is a medium that supplies baseload electricity. Maybe that's too controversial. Backup electricity, standby electricity. So what mediums can supply that? Nuclear. Oh, the French nuclear fleet was in severe difficulties last year. Output from French nuclear went down dramatically. The German nuclear is now shut. So nuclear can play a role, but we have some real problems in the nuclear scenarios. It can be produced in limited way by wind, but the wind didn't blow last year. It can be supplied in limited supply by hydroelectricity, but there was a major drought in Europe last year. It can be supplied then by gas, but we had a major gas crisis last year, and the Germans, bless them, put all of their eggs in one basket. So the only way Europe was rescued last year, consumers were able to survive, and industry was able to continue production, was that a huge number of coal plants from England, Ireland, Italy, France, Spain were reopened. Disaster. So can we do without coal? Yes. Can we do without it now? Yes. But you need to solve the problem as to where this baseload or backup electricity is coming from. Can nuclear play a role? Yes, but not in Germany. Can coal play a role? Absolutely not. The financial community is running away from coal, and therefore you come back to gas. Gas is the transition fuel to a net zero economy. It may no longer be Russian gas, but it will be gas. And if you look at the LNG contracts currently being signed, the fact that European gas storage is today 60% full, there's already been significant inputs of LNG into Europe. So as my colleague said, in 2-3 years' time, European gas supply will be solved with primarily American LNG. In every country in Europe, all the coal plants are being closed down in favor of CCGT, OCGT power stations. Gas. Is that good news? Well, I would say yes. We're currently at step A, and we want to get to step Z. Gas is somewhere in the middle. It's far from perfect, but it's far better than we have coal. And the beauty of gas is it provides the stepping stone to the future, because the only way to store long-term renewably sourced power is green gases. Green methane, synthetic methane, biogas, but primarily hydrogen. Hydrogen is the only way to provide renewable energy support. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and explaining the link between the past and the future. And maybe Ondřej, because you're an analyst and you basically know the projections for all of this, do you see the transition and the importance of gas similarly as just Gary explained?
Yes, definitely. I would say that gas will be a very important transition fuel in the near future. In general, we see that the end of the coal generation in our region, maybe with the exception of Poland, can be quite fast, and not because of the regulation, but simply because of the market forces. I give you an example. When you produce 1 megawatt hour of electricity from a lignite plant, you need 1 ton of CO2. If you look at the energy exchange, you realize that yesterday the price of 1 ton of CO2 for 2026 delivery was something like 100 euro. If you look again at the energy exchange, you realize that you can sell your megawatt hour of electricity at 110 euro per megawatt hour. So you sell your electricity at 110, but you have to pay this 1 ton of CO2 at 100. So you are left with 10 euro per megawatt hour, and you need to pay the coal itself, wages, OPEX, and so on. And in the long term, it's just not sustainable to cover all these other expenses with just 10 euro per megawatt hour. It doesn't mean that the coal will end by 2026, because I was talking about the so-called baseload price. There will be certainly periods with a higher price, but what is certain that the situation for coal plants will be tougher and tougher. And regarding hydrogen, no, I don't think that hydrogen is a necessary condition to replace coal. I think that hydrogen will play its role in the energy system, in the energy transition, by providing the flexibility to be able to integrate renewables, and in the longer horizon, it will also partially replace gas.
Thank you. And maybe because we talk about, or Gary actually mentioned what the how the period of renewables look like and how it can pose the problem. So my question for Jan is actually, what should be the right mix of those renewables to prevent this, at least to some extent, what's possible?
Me, right? Okay. Yeah, coming from a very small market, it's maybe something that I'm not an expert on, but regardless, I will share my view. I'm actually more optimist than Gary is in terms of that we won't handle it. I think we will handle it. I think the storage will be developed more quickly, and the batteries will play a much greater role in balancing electricity. The Solar Power Europe published in 2020 a 100% Renewable Europe report, and they said that to get to net zero, we will need just about 8 terawatts of solar PV and 1.7 terawatts of wind. Okay, that's a lot of renewables, intermittent renewables. Of course, these renewables will have some profile. And I don't think the profile will be magnified the way Gary said, because they will be distributed in some way. And it's not going to be like the peak goes and peak down, because we will be able to sort of distribute it in a more even way. But coming back to your question, okay, so CEE region is sort of has some specifics, okay? The specifics are that the wind doesn't blow so much as in Denmark or in Germany or maybe the UK. We don't have too much land for solar PV. We have a lot of roofs, by the way. We have a lot of phytomass, okay, so biomass that can be used, and doesn't fit into the stock because it can be renewable, okay, once we properly use it. So it's gonna be some combination, okay, and there are 3 things to consider. One is technical feasibility, okay, so the access to access to the resource, okay, so for solar PV and wind we have that. It's not a problem, okay? We just need to find the right technology, and we are finding more and more technologies to access this. The environmental feasibility, that's a big issue, actually one of the biggest issues in Europe, because it's overstated and overrated probably. In wind, we see that the not in my backyard syndrome and all these things, okay? So that's something that only policy can change, and some kind of mediation in the social, some social pact, okay, in fact. And the third thing is the economic feasibility. That's something that's by the governments always neglected, that it has to be economically viable to produce the electricity. It has to be a stable environment. So we will see definitely much more development of solar PV and wind, because we have that, and it doesn't cost us that much. It's just about capital investments, okay? So we have the capital, we just need to properly allocate the capital, and we need to be able to do this in a certain time frame that has to be speeded up, okay? So we have probably the instruments to do that. I'm certain we will use more biomass, but there is limited potential. Geothermal, very limited potential, and not enough technology yet, especially for deep geothermal, so we will use that for heating mostly. And then comes the question about nuclear, okay? Because the thing about nuclear, I'm not hardly like a big expert on nuclear, but what I understand is it takes a long time to build nuclear power plants, okay? And you can call it any way you want, small, medium, SMRs, whatever. You face the same safety concerns, pretty much. And you face even huger concerns in terms of environmental feasibility and even technical feasibility, and then the recycling and all these things. So will it help us towards net zero in let's say, 25 years' time? I'm very skeptical about this. Of course, it will play some role in the base load, and we need it. We have that, so we will be using that. But there is a lot of things about how we can employ these technologies and how much they will cost us. Okay, because now the costs are not really going down; they're actually going up for the nuclear. So, it doesn't make sense towards economic feasibility. Right now, without any other supports, no. There is a clear no, because we have seen projects in the UK, in Finland, that have to be supported, like massively supported, to get it done. Okay, then when it starts operation, it's a great source of electricity, of course. But how much has it cost us? I mean, are we looking at the same business models as we are looking at the renewables? Because in renewables we know exactly what's the LCOE. Do we know in nuclear what's the LCOE? I don't think so. I think we are not being transparent enough in terms of what it really costs us. So I still see that we will have to use, and we should use, much more solar PV, much more batteries, find ways to integrate it into and of course, invest into grids. That's, for me, like, without this, nothing else happens, because we have been under-investing into the grids. There is not enough. There is a huge deficit.
Thank you, Jan. And because you mentioned solar and how much we need to build, I will ask Jan Krčmář, because Jan mentioned the roofs. Is it enough, or do we need more?
Thank you for the question. This is one of the big misconceptions about solar energy in the general public. It's solar should be on the rooftops. Let's put solar on the roofs. Why aren't all the rooftops covered in solar? The answer is simply it's not enough. The reality is that if we want to decarbonize, if we want to build renewables, solar and wind, solar will be on the ground. Just an example, I think the city of Prague has announced projects about solar, sort of energy community solar projects with, I think, dozens of megawatts installed. Only the Prague underground would require hundreds of megawatts to decarbonize. Hyundai, in their factory in Moravia, Silesia, are planning to deploy 8 megawatt of solar on their rooftops. That's a really big rooftop solar power plant. And it constitutes 5% of their electricity consumption. Solar will be on the ground. It has to be on the ground. It is being deployed on the ground in Poland, Hungary, Romania, Austria, of course Germany, the Netherlands, all those countries, whether it's brownfields, agricultural PV, floating PV, but we can't survive with rooftops alone. Sadly, politicians, and I have to say some renewable energy advocates have in the past said, we'll put solar on the roof and we'll be fine. It's not true. It's not true, and it should have been explained to the public better that we can't survive with solar on the roofs only. And by the way, today we have about 20 gigawatts reserved capacity in the grid. I don't want to get too technical, but it basically means that if tomorrow, let's say, the Czech president stages a coup and takes over power in dictatorship and announces that all the new power plants, all the new solar panels over the next 10 years have to be on agricultural land, and you're not allowed to install on rooftops anymore, it would not even take up 1% of all of agricultural land in the Czech Republic. We're talking about small, really small numbers. Also, by the way, that the effect of ground-mounted solar on the ground, on the soil, is positive, because of course, if you don't drive over the soil with heavy tractors, heavy machinery, we know that a lot of farming in the Czech Republic and in former communist countries is not very sustainable, because in many cases farmers don't even own the lands they farm on, and of course, if then in addition to that you have land that is just left alone, maybe twice a year somebody comes to check the panels and mow the lawn a bit. And in the biggest heat waves, the panels actually shield the soil from irradiation rain is absorbed better along constructions. It all actually helps to improve the quality of the soil. So this is something which we're saying we have to get used to the fact that solar will be on the ground. It's not a problem, it's good. It can be built in a way that is not in the way. And you know, one of our biggest members always says, you will have to look at something. Either you're looking at solar and wind in the countryside, or you're looking at your electricity bill, which gives you a shock. And by the way, just one last thing, I completely agree, just to put this in the storage debate into context again. We have these big debates, storage, frameworks, and all that, and then the national level. The Czech law does not know the word or the meaning of storage, the concept of storage. We've been fighting for this for years and years and years. One of the reasons why we don't have large storage in the Czech Republic is because Czech law does not define what energy storage is. The reason is because there's a lot of lobbying against this from other parts. So again, you have this big, huge debate, and then on the ground, we are battling completely different problems.
Thank you, Honzo. And because we ran out of time, so I'll give just short time to you to give like short final remarks. But maybe Mary, you wanted to react to Jan, I think.
Yes, well, thank you, and this can be my closing remark as well. But I just wanted to say, I think it's really important to acknowledge, which I think all of you are doing, that, you know, in the near term, we have two energy systems, right, that our economies are relying on, and the challenge is how we continue to mobilize the clean energy transition and our decarbonization goals in a predictable and sustainable way, while also ensuring that we do have the necessary fuels to maintain, especially those hard-to-abate sectors that will continue to need them for some period of time. It's also important to acknowledge that there are, you know, communities, those particularly related to the phase-out of coal and coal mining communities that will have real economic challenges that need to be attended to. I know you're all really aware of that, but wanted to just flag that this whole subject related to just and clean energy transitions that are really people-centered and ensure that you know the issues related to the transition are not only well understood, but that there are the benefits of the new jobs that are created in the clean energy economy accrue to those communities as well. And no question that a whole series of technologies are going to be important contributors to the decarbonization challenge here, and you've touched on many of them. Of course, hydrogen, as that continues to develop, and the additional focus is concentrated on the development of the technologies that will be needed for those hard-to-abate industries. CCUS and nuclear, we also think, will play a really important role. Without them contributing the way they can and will need to, we're not going to be able to get to net zero by 2050 goals. But I also did not want to let this conversation end with, I understand why we're concentrating on the supply side of things, but I think the demand side is also really very important. And I think we've already begun to see, as I mentioned, in Europe, good attention and progress being made in terms of the energy efficiency, but we see the real critical importance of continuing to keep energy efficiency at the heart of policy making, because driving down our consumption of the fossil fuels that we've traditionally relied on is going to be so important for decarbonization goals as well, and just really don't want to underestimate the importance there. The IEA is hosting in early or mid-June, I think it's the 6th or 7th in a series of energy efficiency ministerial level conferences, and that's just sort of goes to the, and we have ministers coming from all around the world, not only our member countries as well as from industry. So just really wanted to highlight that too. Thank you.
So there's really no time for final remarks for everybody.
I'm so sorry.
So I'll just ask maybe everybody, do you see it as a promising or bleak future?
Oh, the future is always promising.
Promising, for sure.
Of course, promising.
I'm also optimistic.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. Thank you, Anna, for the super moderation, and all the speakers for very engaging and really positive and forward-looking discussion. So thank you for that. So this has been the first part of the Energy Day. And I think and really hope that you agree with me when I said it was full of information. It was really, had a very positive outlook, but and also brought a lot of valuable insight. But one small price to pay for that, because we have heard so much information, including the keynotes, is that we will have to have a shorter break. So I hope you will be okay with that. And so let's reconvene here for the second part of the day at approximately, or maybe in 20 minutes, so 11:15. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the break. I really hope you got energized. I'll probably be using a lot of puns on energy today. We still have a few more people outside, so let's give it maybe a few more seconds for everyone to come in and sit in. And this section, the second section of the day, will be focusing on the energy transition and the socio-economic impacts of the energy transition. We have said many times that no one should be left behind. This is something which is even more so important for energy. And we will start with two TED-style presentations, and then we will move on to the next panel discussion of today. So without any further ado, I will ask Ondráš Přivila from Fakta o klimatu, the founder and CEO, to come to the stage and take it away. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. Thanks for the keynote speeches this morning. I enjoyed them very much. I will be talking about decarbonizing electricity. And I would like also to shine some light on the complexity and the ways we are reducing complexity of this transformation. And I mean, this matters. We can't talk in full complexity about, say, Green Deal. I don't think there is one single person who understands the full details of the Green Deal. So we need to reduce complexity in order to have a meaningful conversation. But it has a cost, and sometimes we are losing details or we are simplifying too much. And basically my proposition is that it's not enough to imagine the transition, decarbonizing electricity, as a colorful picture of a wind turbine in fields or a colorful pie chart. We need to do better. We need to have a clearer image of what's ahead of us. So, who of you, when you are talking about transformation, who of you has ever used a metaphor of a journey for the transformation? Okay, so some of you still don't talk about transformation. I don't think there are many other metaphors to use. So we are often speaking that we need to go from here to there. We need to get to net zero, as if net zero was a destination. Well, the story is good because we are the protagonist. We are acting. But the story has some flaws, and one of them is definitely that decarbonized electricity is not a single point. It's rather a range. One part of the range is 100% renewables. The other part is 100% nuclear. And we not only need to decarbonize, but we also need to have a conversation with the policymakers, with the customers, with the producers. Where exactly on this range do we want to get? Well, if we play with this picture a little bit, we can turn it into a useful map. And maps are useful for conversations. Have you ever tried to plan a journey without a map? So maps are sometimes useful. Playing with this picture means that we can add lines denoting how much fossil fuels we are using to produce electricity. And we need to adjust the range. Actually, mathematically speaking, the range of all the energy mixes of nuclear, renewables, and fossil fuels is a triangle. So the top point of the triangle is 100% fossil fuels. In the middle is 1/3 of fossil fuels, 1/3 of nuclears, and 1/3 of renewables. We have a map. Where exactly is Czech Republic on this map? And it's exactly here. Czech Republic is using 50% of electricity produced from fossil fuels, 37% from nuclear, and 12% we are producing from renewables. Most of them is biomass. Where are the other countries? Here. You can see how different are the energy mixes of the European countries. You can see France down here in the nuclear corner. You can see Poland up there in the fossil fuel corner. And you can see Denmark here in renewables, where most of the renewables is wind. So this map not only shows us how different are the starting points of energy transformation of all European countries, it also allows us to have a better or more meaningful conversation. We can basically ask, sir, where do you think Czech Republic can get in next 10 years? Please point a finger. You can point somewhere here and we can have a talk about how does it look there? What does it take for us to get there? Is it viable? What will be the cost? Basically, maps are simplifying the conversation about navigating the terrain. You probably also see that this map is simplifying the reality in at least 3 ways. And we need to be aware of that. First one is that the energy demand will, at least the electricity demand will increase. And we are not seeing this in a picture very clearly. The other is that actually renewables is 4-dimensional corner, being there solar, biomass, hydro, and wind. So this is also a simplification, but a useful one. And there is another simplification, and if you see that, I would love to talk with you after that. I leave it as a riddle or mystery. We can think about that during the time. But there is a strong simplification in this map. Okay, so building on the metaphor of the map, we can talk about navigating the terrain. For instance, we can metaphorically speak that we are coming from Mordor and going to Rivendell or a Shire or something like that. And then, you know, pictures and images are important for people somehow, but we also need to understand the reality beyond that. So we are coming from Mordor. We can ask ourselves a question: where do we go next? And probably it's not difficult to realize that going to nuclear corner is not possible within next 10 years because it takes at least 10 years to build a nuclear power station. So the only way we can travel is towards renewables or somewhere along this line. What's ahead of us? What is the terrain there? We can say there are spiders in the nuclear corner, there are hills in the renewables corner. What does it mean? For some people, this is enough, and it's a good visual and a good picture. For us, I think we need to see beyond that. So what do I mean by hills? Actually, I need to start explaining this, seeing the reality of where are we right now, and this is for Czech Republic. So this is how we generate electricity today. The black curve is electricity consumption, nuclear, hydro, wind, and solar. And these are summer days somewhere in the beginning of July. And this is price of electricity today, basically jumping somewhere between 100 euros per megawatt hour and 150 euros per megawatt hour. I'm simplifying the picture and reducing the complexity deliberately. One of the things I'm not showing is the fossil fuels, and these are here. It would basically be too much of visual complexity to show it at one picture. The other way I am simplifying the reality is that I am choosing 3 representative days of summer and not a full year, because full year would be too much for us to grasp. So this is how electricity generation today looks like. Remember, I draw hills that are ahead of us. So what kind of hills are there? Well, it pretty looks like hills. If we increase solar production something like 6 times, which is actually in the pipeline in Czech Republic, we will have, and that could be in 2030, we will have electricity production that looks like this. We will have, during the summer, regularly surplus of electricity, and this will basically lead to different price pattern, and the price will be decreasing regularly to something close to 0 or perhaps to negative prices. So this is what's ahead of us in terms of hills in price, or in terms of different production from fossil fuels, because you see, the fossil fuels will be not baseload anymore. I am simplifying the reality not only because I'm choosing 3 days and choosing the summer and so on, but also the fuller picture we need to actually model. Yeah, these are the surpluses. The fuller picture we need to model would actually look like this. We need to include, in the modeling, we need to include imports, exports, batteries, pumped hydro, probably hydrogen, and more. And this is, again, we need to reduce the complexity in order to be able to show the patterns, but we need to also see beyond and see what all these factors do with the story or with the details we need to tackle. This is the reality of full year. I told you if I show you this is too overwhelming, and we are not made as a human beings to grasp the all complexity of a full year of electricity production. We need to get some statistics. So basically, what we are trying to do in our organization, Facts on Climate, we produce pictures, as you see. This is our job. We are trying to simplify matters so that people can understand. And we are also trying to model the electricity transition, basically using mathematical modeling with all these inputs, and trying to produce not only the optimized dispatch that I showed you, but also to produce some statistics over it and to kind of get some understanding and be able to tell stories or make pictures. These are the pictures we can produce. The thing is, how much time do we need to understand what's in there? Basically, I'm showing you the transition from the flatland of today's electricity production to the hilly terrain of increased solar or increased wind. Some of you might understand. If you won't understand, we can talk about it in details. This takes time. This is the complexity that is necessary to explore, but impossible to give in 5 minutes talk. We can try to see the answer to such questions like, what's the average selling price of the electricity of future? What will be the cheapest way to produce electricity in winter for this country or for the other countries? So we can kind of try to navigate the transition. We can also ask a different question. Will the storage business kick in before the renewables business cannibalizes itself? That's quite intriguing question, and it might turn out that the answer might be not. And the dependency is there, and the complexity is not actually so much in the technical side of the modeling. We can do the math. This is the easy part. And I think, and this is my last point, that the really hard part is actually hidden in this part of the story. It seems that the math is easy, the real complexity is in we, in the different interests of different stakeholders that need to get together and that need to somehow create a coherent we. And this is what we are exploring here on the conference, and I'm looking forward to all the discussions during the breaks and all the panel discussions that probably might touch also on this complexity of creating a coherent we. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ondráš. And I may be biased because I'm one of the organizers of this conference, but I've been enjoying today's speeches and discussions so much. And it's always so amazing to see what you do, Ondráš, but also what your team at Fakta o Klimatu do. You're adding that storytelling element to some of these very complex topics. And I think exactly that is crucial to get more people on board to explain some of these very difficult journeys and to help them navigate some of these very difficult questions. So that's amazing. Also, I'm definitely stealing the Mordor metaphor. Because if you actually just clicked when I realized that Sauron basically was like a big oil and gas tycoon with all the smog and smoke. So that's amazing. Good. Thank you. And we will now move to the second TED Talk speech by Pavel Čizák, Senior Analyst from Ember. So Pavel, the floor is yours. Enjoy the presentation.
Welcome, everyone. In It Together is the title of a report we just launched on Monday, where we propose a vision of a cleaner and a cheaper power system in the CEE region. And I'm very happy to tell you all about it. I have a bit of a difficult task because Andres said you shouldn't show too many pictures of wind turbines. I have a lot of pictures here, but well, let's try. Let me just introduce Amber very briefly. We are a global think tank. We aim to shift the world from fossil fuels to clean electricity. And originally we came from London, but we're now all over the world and quite proud to be generating impact all across the globe, Southeast Asia, Australia, South Korea, all over Europe. So we're spreading quite quickly. But today, let me focus on Europe, on the European Union, and of course, more specifically on Central and Eastern Europe. And let me answer 3 questions for you. The first one, where are we now? The second one, where could we be in the future? And then how can we get there? And the presentation is quite positive for a Polish person, so I hope maybe it's a British influence. Anyways, so Europe is already heading towards a clean power system and not that far away. We only had 1% of electricity from wind and solar just 20 years ago. Now it's almost a quarter of the electricity the EU generates. And last year was the first year when wind and solar generated more electricity than gas, having surpassed coal just in 2019. So, of course, last year was not really an ordinary year, and a lot of tragedy happened, a lot of turbulence on the energy markets. But this power supply crunch that we've noticed due to droughts, due to nuclear failures, due to the gas crunch, a lot of that was mitigated by the increase in wind and solar. And to be more specific, there was a 185 terawatt-hour generation gap last year, which is roughly what Poland generates in total. And 5/6 of that gap was covered by wind and solar and the falling electricity demand. So only 1/6 was covered by a small increase in coal generation. And coal generation has, in fact, been falling all over winter. 6 of the 7 months of the winter, we saw drops in coal generation. So that's a positive message, and that was possible because of the increases in wind and solar. And we've heard a bit about those before, especially about the ones in wind. But solar broke a lot of records. 20 countries in Europe noticed solar share records last year. The capacity exceeded 200 gigawatts. And the Netherlands were, quite surprisingly, the leading country in terms of solar share. And that is thanks to very good policies and also 1 million people using energy communities. So you would expect the southern countries to be leading in solar deployment, but actually you can get very good results with good support schemes in the north of Europe as well. With wind, the progress wasn't so quick, and we're constantly not delivering as much wind as we should be, which is what Giles explained very well. This is largely due to permitting issues. But there are a few examples I wanted to share that are interesting, and those are that we've successfully balanced very high renewable systems all across the globe. And that includes days or hours of having 100% renewables in the power mix in countries like the UK, in Greece, in California, in South Australia, I think just yesterday in Spain. And we hit 60% renewables last week in Poland, which the TSO stated for a long time that it's not possible to exceed 50%. So we're now, I think, at 63 peak. So there's clearly momentum and there's clearly very good progress. The outlooks are good as well. This is a forecast from Solar Power Europe, the industry association, and they estimate we will double solar capacity within the next 2 years. We will triple it by 2026, and we will exceed in the European Union 1 terawatt of solar capacity by 2030, which is something I think nobody expected just a few years back. And recognizing these market trends, a lot of governments accelerated their policies, increased their renewables targets, which is, again, something we've talked about before in the previous panels, that you need this high-level view as well and this strategic direction from governments. So I'm very happy that governments like the Estonia one, for example, set a new 100% renewables target in 2030. We've seen new targets from France, Denmark, Greece, Ireland, offshore wind targets from the Netherlands. So a lot of good progress in a year that was supposed to be the sort of victory of fossil fuels, and it actually went the other way around, and we've seen a lot of progress in clean electricity. Which brings me to our region. We have a few very interesting developments happening here as well in terms of especially offshore wind, with energy islands being built in countries like Latvia, Estonia, and Bulgaria and Romania. And that is what I wanted to finish with, which is the vision we've come up with, and we want to explain. What basically we're aiming for is a power system in the CEE region that could be more collaborative, that could be cleaner, and that could be cheaper. And that is quite possible, at least according to our modeling. We have a lot of potential in the region, for example, offshore wind potential in the Baltic and Black Seas, and by building the offshore wind in those regions and pushing the electricity to the middle of the continent, we can actually very strongly increase the adoption of renewables all over the place. Of course, it requires collaboration. So, for example, hosting co-hosting tenders like Finland and Luxembourg already do. So countries co-investing, taking part in joint renewables auctions. There's a lot of ways to do this and to co-finance this, because, for example, Latvia or Estonia can build more offshore wind than they actually need. So maybe a country like Czechia could partner up with them, assuming Poland cooperates and builds the grids. But it is technically quite possible, quite doable. And our estimates show that the CEE region could deliver 200 gigawatts of wind and solar by the end of the decade. This would also mean that we could jump from 25% of renewables share now to 63% by the end of the decade, which is almost the EU average target for that year. And then maybe most importantly, this brings a lot of benefits to the CEE region itself, not only to Brussels and to the EU, but to these countries specifically. The main one may be this would lower the wholesale power prices in the region by 29%, so almost a third, compared to a scenario that's based on current ambition. This would also mean that the region would have a huge energy surplus and would shift from importing electricity to being exporters. So, of course, you can argue that is more secure, but more importantly, that is more competitive. The prices in this region could be lower than the EU average, which means we could attract new investments, we could bring in new industries. So again, the benefit is for these countries, and I'm not even talking about climate here. These are just economic advantages that we could host. And of course, it also opens the floor to more financing from the EU if we align the targets that are really low in the region at the moment. But if we align them in the EU strategy, we can open up 136 billion euros at least in public funding for these countries here. So let me leave you with these three messages. Europe is already heading towards clean power, and I don't think anything will change this. But the CEE region has to actively take part in that and has to avoid being left behind, and that is really important for the overall economy of the region. And that can be done through accelerating wind and solar, but also through collaborating, both within the region, but also with the partners in the wider EU and outside of EU as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavel, for the presentation packed with information as well. One thing I'm noticing today, by the way, and hopefully you would agree too, is that I'm noticing two things. Even the first discussion and the keynotes, there's very strong consensus, and there's very promising future, very forward-looking, and very discussions, and the conclusions of the discussions have very positive outlook. So that's good news. Second thing I'm noticing, the discussions and presentations actually have been very much focused on solutions and practical steps and tangible strategies, how we can get there, how we can get to the net zero future. So this is, considering we're still before lunch, that's good news. And I really hope it will continue like that. There's no pressure for the next panel though. Let's see. And speaking of the next panel, if I can please kindly invite to the stage Kostis Geropoulos, Director of Energy and Climate Policy at NE Global Media, to moderate the discussion, please. Good. Then we have Jakub Skavron, Chairman of Climate and Sustainability Leaders, Czech Republic. Great. Then we have Arjun Flora, Director of Europe IEEFA. And then Julian Popov, Chairman, Board of Directors, Buildings Performance Institute Europe, please. And then, yes, sorry, I left you for the end. Linda's my colleague, so, you know. Linda Zelina, CEO of the International Sustainable Finance Center. So please, Kostis, the floor is yours, and please enjoy the discussion.
Thank you. And thank you for making the introductions. You know, as we've been talking about, and Pavel mentioned, Europe is heading towards clean power. There's no discussion about that. But, you know, in this session, we're talking about the impact of energy transition that also has impact on, you know, increasingly on socio-economic impact across different regions. And we have to, if there is a socio-economic impact, we're going to be discussing this today, and see what are the alternatives and how we can be, you know, that nobody is left behind, and it's carried out in a way that's socially and economically fair as possible. So, Arjun, I want to start with you. I mean, what are your insights into the energy transition risks? And I mean, what do you think issues are likely to materialize in the next couple of years?
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you to the organizers for this event and for inviting me to speak on this panel. I hope you can all hear me. So, I mean, in terms of energy transition risks, so, I mean, I was thinking about this last night, actually. What can I say in a few minutes, which is kind of useful, given that there is so much complexity, as you said, around energy transition and so much diversity among different countries. And I was reminded, actually, of a saying which I heard from one of my bosses when I used to work in investment banking advisory. And it's taken out of context, but I think it's quite useful here. And that was that possession is 9/10 of the law. And this is just a saying, possession is 9/10 of the law, and it means if you already own something, if you already control a position or a territory, just naturally it's very difficult for anybody, for an outsider, for a new entrant or a disruptor to come and take that away from you. I mean, maybe you have to put a lock on your door, but you don't have to go out and physically push people away. It's much more difficult for them to come to you. And I think that this is very much the situation we have with the energy industry. We have incumbents, very powerful incumbents, the fossil fuel industry, oil, coal, gas, in some cases the nuclear industry and even the biomass forestry industries, which really have huge control over our decision-making, I would say even our systems level, to use a term from the earlier speech, systems level decision-making. which really makes it difficult to make these kinds of changes sometimes that need to be made. And how do they do this? Well, I mean, I think you know this already, really, but we heard the term lobbying once earlier, but it's not just lobbyists, there's also control of the media and very creative advertising, shall we say, and the ability to employ armies of lawyers. So anyway, I just feel like at the start it's useful, and I'm sorry, maybe I've broken the optimistic note here, but I think it's worth making this point and saying it out loud. There are lots of examples of this, which I'll just mention quickly. The EU taxonomy, it's why we have gas and nuclear and, in the taxonomy and biomass. It's why the COP process, some might say, is being slightly hijacked by oil interests. It's why the US doesn't have carbon pricing and why there's been more recently an ESG backlash. So the list goes on. But why am I saying this? And I think ultimately it's because the socio-economic issues that have arisen and are going to continue arising from energy transition, I think how bad they get and how bad that they are allowed to get really comes down to whether or not we can tackle this issue. Because really I feel like it takes away political focus, which I think is the real issue. I don't think it's capital or innovation or solutions or willpower even. It's just political focus, transparency, which is there's consistent lobbying against transparency, and accountability. I'm not sure how I'm doing for time. I feel like maybe I should just stop there.
Yeah, we're going to carry on our discussion. I mean, going back and forth. But I was going to ask Julian, I mean, what are the potential negative socioeconomic impacts and how we need to address them when it comes down to having a just energy transition in Central and Eastern Europe?
Well, I mean, the short answer to this question is there are no negative socioeconomic impact. There is a negative impact from us talking all the time about negative socioeconomic impact. I mean, the whole narrative about just transition, no one left behind, regions in transition that have to be saved because they will be devastated by the decline of the coal industry, and so on and so on. Energy poverty, for instance. I mean, somebody was asking me earlier, yes, but what about energy poverty? I mean, energy poverty last year jumped from, in some countries, advanced countries, like UK, it jumped from something like 10% to 30 or 40%. Why? Because of Russia, basically, and because of our stupidity of relying on Russia. Nothing to do with the transition. Where the transition stepped in, it had exactly the opposite effect. And if we look at the big picture, macro picture, I mean, 20 years ago, I don't know, Poland relied something like 60% on coal of the overall energy mix. Now it's 40. The unemployment in Poland then was 20%. Now it's 5%. The Czech Republic unemployment was 8-9% 20 years ago. Now it's it's a disaster in terms of we can't find people to work. 3.6% unemployment is not unemployment. It's more than full employment. And this is a period where coal and generation fell from, coal share fell from 50 to 30%. The same is the case in Bulgaria. I mean, unemployment was around 15-18% 20 years ago. Now it's 5%, and coal generation falls down. And this is a macro picture. But if we go specifically in the specific cases, I mean, coal regions are some of the most valuable assets for the transition. We just have to recognize it, because they have the land for the solar energy, they have the workers for the solar installation, and all the industries, because there are no miners with buckets and spades nowadays. They're in a typical lignite region, 25% of employees are university graduates with university degrees, and the rest are advanced technical positions. So solar energy is very, very eager to take the so-called miners and transfer them to a better job with a better pay. The problem there are the trade unions, because when you transfer a coal miner from a coal mine to a solar energy, the trade union loses a member. So this is the real reason why trade unions oppose it, not because these people are losing their jobs. They're finding better jobs. If we look at, the main thing about the energy transition, if you trust the European Commission phraseology, which we have to be a bit careful with, that is energy efficiency first. Where is the negative impact of having a better insulated home with lower energy bill and better comfort and so on? So, the whole thing about negative social impacts of the transition is total nonsense. And we're building a barricade of terminology, which includes the just transition, the nobody left behind, apologies for people who are in the business of ESG, but ESG is another one, and many, many others, just to stop the technological advance and the social and economic benefits of the transition. That's where the problem is, in my view.
Linda, I want to switch over to you. Julian said that there is no negative socioeconomic impact, but at the same time, he kind of proposed solutions, like, for example, how we convert, coal mines into solar plants, and especially for our energy storage, we know that is important very much. So in terms of, how can we integrate DS in social issues and in energy-focused financing, and find the funds to make that actually just transition that hopefully will not be bogged down with politics and where social issues are overlooked?
Thank you. I think I do agree with Julian in the sense that we do actually drive a lot of narratives that are counterproductive. So the whole idea of ESG being aggregate confusion, etc., I completely disagree. It's actually very clear, and it can be tidied up. And the same with the just transition. It's not just a transition, it's a transformation. And in the sense that I like that you mentioned that, there's no negative socioeconomic impact. Well, I actually think that how we are currently proceeding with the transition, I genuinely think that there is some negative impact. And the impact can materialize over the next few years. So let's, for example, look at heat pumps. Average cost of a heat pump, depending on the country, is between 20,000 to 30,000 euro to actually install a heat pump for a single household home. That's a lot of money. And we actually have certain regions where people don't have the savings. We worked on a big project on single household family home insulation. If the scheme that the banks are developing asks for your house to be a collateral, well, most people don't feel very comfortable potentially losing their home. So you actually need to create financial schemes and incentive structures that also allow the lower strata of income to participate in the transformation or transition. And I think that's one of the biggest issues with energy efficiency. We looked at a few countries in Europe, in Central Eastern Europe, where there was initial small pilots in household insulation. Again, which households did do the insulation? Not the lower income households. Those were usually ones that are middle to higher income households that had the financial literacy, that had the access to resources, access to information. And then the final crucial issue here is that majority of people do not have a clue why ESG and energy transition is good for them. This is the weird thing, that most people don't actually understand that, for example, ESG is about better environment, cleaner air, cleaner water, and also social guarantees. So solid work contracts, good employment conditions. For most people, it's an obscure, theoretical, very far-fetched term. So I think we also need to integrate a lot more educational materials and work with municipalities and getting closer to where these decisions happen. We had a project in Ústí nad Labem where we worked with the SME owners and local authorities trying to explain why just transition funding will be good, how to actually hold your local government accountable. Most SME owners were just fed up. They didn't even want to talk. They don't even want to know. So how do we actually engage the population so that they understand that the money is there, and how to apply pressure on the political authorities to create that political will? That's the kind of crux of the issue, because currently most authorities don't necessarily feel under massive pressure from their constituents that we need the transition. People rely on things going as they are. Potentially there will be some relief from government side, maybe some subsidies if things get too expensive. But most people don't understand that what Hans, with his presentation in the morning, showed is actually we need the energy efficiency. We need to figure out how to become a lot more efficient in energy, in electricity use, etc. And we also need to rethink the infrastructure. And in that sense, a lot of regions suffer from very bad infrastructure, which actually is a real disaster. If you want to go to Brno, railway takes more than 3 hours. It's not even that far. So then you take the car. So there's all these little tweaks in the system, from mobility to heating systems, that I think we need to really address so that we don't have the political polarization, because currently richer households will benefit more and the poorer ones will get angrier unless we fix the pricing.
That's a good point, and the risks of energy poverty are there all across regions, and people have to embrace the need that energy transition can be good for them, but at the same time they kind of need the support mechanism to make this as just and not as also very sudden. Jakub, I wanted to ask you, what are the potential high impact solutions for addressing energy poverty that could arise, and what are and addressing also regional socio-economic disparities, and should municipalities be allowed to do more, and if so, what should the focus be on?
Yeah. Thanks for that question. Look, there's been so much said so far on this panel and on Russian Pavel. It's probably it would be pity not to react a bit. There was a very important word which András mentioned, and it is a "we." Maybe I would add to this word a will, which is sort of even the answer to you. Without the will, and will all of us, and maybe, as I keep saying, that every fish smells from the head, we will not move anywhere, right? And there was, from the Pavel, there was a clear vision of the strategy, which when I was first meeting András, like maybe 18 months ago, I was drawing him on a paper, saying that at the time, I sort of believed in a situation that each country would have own offshore wind farm in Baltic or somewhere, and they would pay the same like we used to pay for the gas transmission fee for the dedicated pipeline, which will get the electricity to the demand market. And it's actually what the Pavel was pointing out. And then I could do the reality. And what is the reality of the will, which, if I may say so? In Germany, there are 4 TSOs who are very proactively supporting energy transition, which is one of the narratives which Linda mentioned. And each TSO has indicated up to 2030 a capex plan of 50 billion euro. If you look on a Czech TSO, there's a 250 million euro per annum. If you just use the simple math, we are just sleeping. We are not supporting. And this is the Czech TSO is state-owned, and therefore there's so it has to be clear support from the government, from all politicians to make it happen. And this is very similar to all the other countries in Central Eastern Europe. And what is the narrative? A narrative. The few of things has been said by Linda that at the moment that the abbreviation like a ESG, it's sort of the forbidden word, right? If I use the metaphor what Ondráš was using with Mordor, I would say even this is like a Voldemort. That's the name which no one should say in some companies and some political circles, because no one wants that. And now this is the link to the poverty, the bridge to poverty. If you look on any private energy company, they are looking at a year ahead, 2 years ahead, what the EBITDA will look like. Why? Because this is a link to KPIs of the management, right? And no one is going to invest. And what Europe did over the last 12, 15 years, and if you look what actually happened, so we benefited from the energy fleet, which has been built before, all amortized or depreciated. The electricity was super cheap. The market model was not incentivizing enough to build the new baseload capacities. And now this is like, which like we would have a company which would be running the taxis, like you will have 20 cars, and you will not reinvest into your fleet, and then you're hitting the point that you need to buy new cars. And if you own a taxi company, you might buy the used cars. This you cannot do with the energy. And of course, with the new investments, it's becoming the topic of the poverty. And now, probably this is important to say, that electricity will not be cheap anymore, like we used to have in the past. And we need to become reliable, that we need to actually count how we will act towards our equipment at home, how we will act towards our travel arrangements like Linda mentioned, etc. But the major question is, should be the major backbone energy companies who are generating electricity, or should be the market design, should be designed in the fact that it will be like a liberalized and free market for the commodity which is must for everyone, which will not provide the long-term incentives for the market. We have in an audience many of banks, and I know there's plenty of the faces, and we'll ask them, if they could now finance the merchant solar. Very difficulty, if they could finance the merchant gas. And which I'm heading to, we need to really think in order to provide enough incentives to support what Ondráš said, that we are heading into the situation, could be the base load be replaced by the solar, and should be there still, and still be enough incentive to build this solar, which should replace the coal. That has to be probably a mechanism which would either be fully regulated, which can stay in the private hands, but will have a very clear and unified incentives. Then we might skip the subsidies, which are always tricky. Who can get the subsidies? It's an administration topic. Who is eligible, who is not eligible. Always the subsidies have even the longer path to deployment. Or should we leave the energy market like it's now designed? We have the closing power plant who is defining the power price. Creating lots of volatility and instability will not create enough incentives to invest into new big projects. And of course, if you will not understand that one, that okay, let's not have the key energy topics like a double-digit ROR investment vehicles or instruments and have a single digit. But make it more like a certain, more like an infra kind of investment, then maybe we would simplify the entire energy setup to allow us the entire energy transition, and would even simplify all the narratives regarding the energy poverty.
I would actually, afterwards, I would like to get your reaction to each other speakers' comments. But just going up to some questions from the audience, and then starting first with Slido. Helena from the Cornelius University of Budapest is asking, how should we resolve the conflict between environmental concerns of battery factories and the need to electrification? I mean, I guess it goes back to some of the concern that was mentioned in the previous panels about also the environmental impact of the energy transition in terms of, you know, the recycling and also, but also like, you know, here, for example, she talks about the production of batteries. I don't know if, it's not addressed to anybody in particular, but I don't know if anybody would like to.
I don't want to make more extreme statements, but I think that's also one of the things that is kind of exaggerated. I mean, if you go on social media and you will see, oh, what are we going to do with all the batteries? Wind turbines cannot be recycled, and then there is a picture of lots of kind of things on the ground, and they say, what are we going to do? That will devastate our nature and agriculture. What are we going to do? I mean, solar panels are taking our agricultural land. I mean, all that's kind of a nonsense. That comes from our resistance to change. And obviously, the new energy and the new technology is much less harmful to the environment than the old one. I mean, just look at the volume of mining. The volume of mining for an extraction of oil, gas, and coal is hundreds of times more than the extraction volume of ore for, I don't know, lithium and copper and so on and so on. And of course, everything is recyclable to a very high level. And this story about how solar panels are taking over our agricultural land is also just silly.
Yeah, this is 100% correct. You know, we are trying to find the arguments why we should do it, or to blame the upcoming technology. I was part of the energy conference like 4 years ago, which the topic was e-mobility. And I already said the story before. And there was the major energy players from the region, and there was the Skoda Auto. And all the energy players, except the one coming from Germany, said thousands of arguments why e-mobility will not fly because of the logistics and because, you know, it's the technology, except the one coming from Germany. And the Skoda Auto, they said the black is departed from the station. If you will not jump on the train, you will miss that, and you know you can sleep like a beauty here, and you can wake up in 100 years. And you know, now probably all these companies adopted the e-mobility like one of the streams in their strategies and in their portfolio of the value proposition. But we have the new topics which coming on a stream, like we discussing, you know, is the batteries solar or windmills recyclable or not? And no one is looking what is the entire footprint of the entire value chain. You know, take the coal on board, etc., etc. I think what is a given, that there is energy transition and there is a goal 250, right? We need to get the right path towards it. We need to explain that this is not, that even the Rome wasn't built in a day, but this is important, yeah, that this is a statement. We will not make it happen, you know, until today is 17th until 18th of May 2023, right? But we need to define the path, like András was picturing here, and we need to show the direction. You know, and this is a given.
And I think that one of the reasons why the direction is missing is if you actually look at the national strategies in these countries, there hasn't been a very strong doubling down by government saying we are going green, or for example, green is good. There's none of that. There's a bit of tweaking here. I'm Latvian in the Baltics. We're going to build Rail Baltica, and that's the only strategic big project, and that's it. Major transition plans, or how we're going to have an entire strategy of how to finance this, we're only starting to look at it now, and it's 2023, right? So we don't have much time. So I think it's also the lack of the authorities standing behind it and signaling to the market saying, no, this is what we need. We need to figure out how to get there, but the direction of travel is clear. And from private investor side, if the direction is not clear, you might change your course of direction during the next elections or electoral cycle. Next minister will come and want something else. Of course, then that does hamper a bit of the investment need. So I think that needs to also change a bit more, and we need more champions who stand behind the direction and say, this is actually a good idea. Of course, we need to figure out the detail, and the devil will be in the detail, but we do need that kind of big picture thinking of how do we see the transformation of the economy and where do we start.
Yeah, look, this is very true, and we need to avoid to have the black or white discussion. There's many layers of the gray, and as I said, the Rome wasn't built in a day. The way that we will give up the coal tomorrow is not feasible as well, right? So, and we need a coal for or lignite for the base load, and we need the gas as a sort of the bridging technology. The only fact to saying that the coal is bad is probably not even the way. I think that we need to look on the reality, and this is linked to what I've already said. Many, just a significant majority of the power plants in the region will be just simply put off the market because of their age. They've been built in 80s. Simply, you cannot ride a car which is 500,000 kilometers already in it. This is the same with the power plants. You cannot. This is not perpetuum mobile. You cannot keep them in a system, for forever. And even the sort of which goes against slightly what I said, is kind of the hand of the market and how the market is being driven. All the coal power plants and lignite power plants will get uneconomical in a very, very foreseeable future. We are looking very intensively on the German market currently, and it seems that all black coal will be out of the market in 18, 24 months. The lignite will be out of the market commercially by end of the decade. And this is just a fact, why we should really stress, even from the regulatory point of view, you need to get out of the coal when the coal will be just by the facts driven out of the market.
Could I just respond? There's been a lot of points made. Maybe just firstly to bring back a couple of things that, I agree with lots of what was said, but in terms of governments not standing up and leading enough, and also in terms of unbalanced narrative, shall we say. So lots of questions about, renewable supply chains, but there's still not enough being said about the gas supply chain and methane regulations. Earlier on today, there was a gentleman who made a very good pitch for gas as a transition fuel, but didn't mention these issues. In Louisiana, if there's an expansion of LNG exports, what about the communities living there who happen to be higher proportion, of people of color or non-white Hispanic backgrounds, where they are experiencing not just negative economic effects, but negative health effects. We see also the negative health effects in coal regions as well. But this really, I think, comes back to, if I could, the point I was making at the start, which is about the power of the incumbent industries. And so I think whenever we're hearing or reading these kinds of narratives, we should also be mindful of who is publishing this narrative, who is writing this op-ed. Is there an agenda behind it? Not necessarily assuming there's an agenda, but at least we should have that in our minds. Well, where is this coming from? Because of this 9/10 possession that I was talking about earlier. So I just wanted to make that point.
Maybe one of the questions here in the audience I was kind of applies to when you mentioned about the gas supply chain. One of the members of the audience is asking on a slide where he says, do the panelists agree that one, in quotation marks, problem is that renewables have is that it is a distributed generation which cut out the political middleman who loves a gas deal? I don't know if there was a comment on that, or I guess he means that what you mentioned earlier about the different groups that.
Could you just repeat what the question, the political middleman?
He says, do panelists agree that one problem in quotation marks that renewables have is that it is distributed generation, which cuts out the political middleman who loves a gas deal?
I would say the short answer partly is yes, I'm shaking heads, but I think yes, decentralized, it's disruptive, right? It's disruptive technology, and we're talking about changing the whole system, the whole energy system. So naturally, there is going to be a loss of market share to the incumbents, and so there's going to be defensive things in play. And one of the risks, you asked about risks earlier, I didn't really answer your question, but one of the risks, I think, is that as the renewable energy industry kind of grows in order to make this move in the market and capture market share, in order to be able to do that, I think there's a risk that we also see very centralized renewables planning. And in doing that, we're kind of missing this opportunity of more decentralized renewables, which really does have potential to help some of these socio-economic issues we're talking about. So I mean, I would say I agree with that.
But in principle, the gas industry is very, very, very good in lobbying and legal issues. I mean, it's the top one, then is the oil, and the most primitive is coal in terms of fighting. One of the energy commissioners, previous energy commissioners, once told me, every day I have lots of meetings with trade unions, with NGOs, with companies, with industrial associations, with all sorts of people. And when the day finishes, and I think about these meetings, I realize that 3/4 of the meetings were basically with Gazprom. And the reason is that Gazprom, not now, I mean, Gazprom is fully mobilized by the useless Russian energy defense, but before, when it was trying to be a proper company, it was very, very sophisticated in deploying and employing all sorts of lobbyists, lawyers, I mean, everything, and they were very good at that. And of course, the gas industry everywhere is. But saying that this is a major issue is a little bit conspiratorial. Obviously, any incumbent industry is trying to fight back. And one of the problems of the transition is that it accelerated very much. So in the last 15 years, it turned upside down the whole energy economy. Everything that was cheap, now expensive. Everything that was expensive, now it is cheap. Everything that was centralized, now is becoming decentralized. Things that were decentralized, like your decision whether to turn off or on your light bulb, one of the freedoms that we had, for instance, under communism, is now taken away by much more network kind of systems that can control all that. And people who studied economics 20 years ago or 10 years ago, they have to study it again. And they have to unlearn everything that they learn and learn again in order to understand that transformation. And that is a big kind of a barrier for transition, because it's just a different mindset.
But when you mention gas, also gas can be a transition. This is the whole debate about gas as transition fuel.
That's one of the things. I mean, gas is not a transitional fuel. I mean, it's a fact. It's not a. It's a transitional fuel in Western Balkans. It's transitional fuel in Greece. Otherwise, as a fact, in the last 10 years, coal has not been replaced by gas. It's been replaced by energy efficiency and renewables. I mean, open any statistics and you see it.
And in case of balancing the network, I mean, wouldn't you need something like gas or something to balance the network in terms of, you know, the renewables integration into the system? I guess, I mean, that's also something that's been discussed. I mean, I imagine that that's what the audience was saying here, that it's kind of clear, it's not clear what part is like the lobbying that say that we do need this or not. But I want to turn on to the audience too, if there are any questions. I mean, that was from questions in the internet, but does anybody have any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Do you think that it's enough to have these targets as a share of renewable resources? Because as you know, there is also discussion about how it's growing. It's very nice, of course, it's good, but still it is enough to have only this target, because I think for renewable resources you will need change, maybe, of course, decentralization, grid side changes, flexibility, maybe new resources which will help us in the situation where there will be not enough energy from renewable resources. Maybe we need some additional targets which will help us with this, support the government that they will do something to support financial investors to finance these transition too, because energy transition is not only about building of sustainable or these sustainable resources or renewable resources.
I mean, you could integrate the targets in many different things. So one of the things, for example, that we've seen in certain countries, people are looking at new construction projects. So if you're building new houses or blocks of flats, you're actually not just building the buildings, you're building an entire prosumer system around a new development. So genuinely, that would be then an energy independent area in the city that produces its own electricity, has heat pumps, has an entire system running independently from the rest of the grid or connected to the rest of the grid. So also rethinking how you do energy in different areas of the country would be very, very beneficial. In terms of target setting, I don't know what my fellow panelists think. Of course, targets are a great tool, but they need to be realistic and they also need to be ambitious enough. I do think they help concentrate people's minds, but they also are always fought over. So I think while we're trying to figure out the targets, I don't think that that should be an excuse not to do something. So for me, I would be very worried that, by the time we reach some sort of good consensus around targets, we still need to already speed up certain investments and certain development of renewables and energy independence.
Look, what is important to say, if you have no target and you have no due date, it's like at university, you will not learn to do your exam, right? So you need to have this certain targeting in place. What is important to say, at the moment, as of today, Europe is so unified, to find the common language and common strategy. And it's very difficult to have a unified approach. As I said, I'm being in Germany very often these days, and there are many district heating for sale these days. And I can label the Berlin one. And there's a clean target that by 2030 there will be net zero district heating, no nature gas in it. And there's another district heatings in Western Germany, which is even in an agglomeration which is the similar size or even sizable than Berlin. They said decarbonization, that get rid of the nature gas, is our prime target. This back to your question, what the municipalities can do or what we will has to happen. So it will not have a sort of the actions that we want to do it. And in Berlin was a referendum, and a referendum was said, look, we need to have our district heating, green. Of course, there's a question who will pay for that, and will be able the customers to pay the bill. This is the sort of the question towards poverty, and this is a very complex and complicated story. But without the will and without the people commitment, we will not move simply, right? So we will be still looking at what my coal power plant next door could earn next year, right? András, you want to say something?
I wanted to ask a question.
No, please.
Yeah, please.
You're allowed to, I guess.
You mentioned a common language, and what I'm thinking about is, don't we need some kind of new language, new
concepts? And the word prosumer is actually an example of that. to be able to communicate and think together about the new energy system or new economy, do you see some kind of words or notions we need to make, or words that we kind of need to get rid of? I think baseload is the word that is not useful anymore, or will not be useful in 10 years. I would be interested in your ideas about language.
Baseload applied to production is irrelevant anymore. For trading is relevant, for production is not, obviously. But go and argue it with the Minister of Energy. He said, baseload production. But there's no such thing. There is baseload in the trading system, but not in the production. I mean, my short answer would be we don't need new language, we need old language.
What I think that new language or different language or whatever, I think we need the role models. We need the role models who will stand up, right, and who will tell to the all the citizens, to the population, to all the taxpayers, there is a change, you know, and they will use the new language, but we need the role models. Therefore, and they will adopt, you know, all the argumentation which you are putting on your social media. That what I would like to really stress today. I'm super happy that Fakta or Klimatu doing that work what they do. I'm super happy that Financial Times Climate exists because they are putting in front of us, you know, the facts and data which are changing our narratives and our view on a situation. I think that it's very simple and very easy to everyone to stay in our comfort zone, but to make a step and move outside the comfort zone is extremely difficult, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I could just make one point on regulation. Yes, I think going back to the previous question as well, targets are important, but you mentioned TSOs earlier, and the system we have at the moment, you have molecules competing against power, and the kind of the gas TSOs are a very strong, unified, powerful club compared to, say, ENTSO-E, and I feel like there definitely could be a greater role for independent regulation of TSOs to get better cooperation across Europe, and also incentivization so that there are remunerative mechanisms in place for these companies to make the investments which are required, to make the grid investments in flexibility. So maybe one more word could be integrated, to have more of an integrated approach.
Did that answer the question?
I think it will go into the breaks.
Yeah.
Very well.
If I can say something, because I see we have 4 minutes and 7 seconds, so we will not let people out before that. One thing about regulation must become much more responsive and dynamic to technology.
Right.
Because 15 years ago, because of this transformation of the energy economy and the technology, things were driven very much by political will or lack of political will. Now they're driven by business and by technology. And 15 years ago, governments or government leaders or public leaders were saying, we have to build renewable energy. Then the business was saying that it's very expensive. Doesn't matter, it's expensive. If we don't do it, we are heading to a catastrophe in a few decades. So we have to do something. And the business was saying, no, we can't. Now it's exactly the opposite. The governments are stopping everything with licensing, with all sorts of bureaucracy, with irrelevant strategies, with difficult regulation, and the business is pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. I mean, to give you an example, in Bulgaria, it's a small country. I mean, not that small, but in terms of population, it's 6.5 million people. The average consumption of electricity is somewhere between 3.5 and 5.5 gigawatt. at the moment 36 gigawatt applications for solar. 36. I mean, the TSO doesn't know what to do with that. I mean, obviously some of them are speculative, but everybody is pushing. Wind energy, they're pushing and pushing and pushing. People want to invest. Batteries, there is a little bit more, a bit different, but and that's more or less everywhere. The business and the development and the investors are pushing. Governments and regulations are stopping. I mean, the same thing in a much kind of more dramatic form we're seeing now with AI and ChatGPT. I mean, governments are petrified. Let's stop everything for 6 months because we don't know what to do. Well, where were you 5 years ago when everybody was talking, everybody who knew about that was talking about this and wanting regulation? It's like, machines will never become like people.
Well, Linda, you get the final word. I think we have about 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. So you want to comment on what...
I mean, I completely agree with the issue that we have a regulatory lag. And yeah, I mean, it's also very interesting when you speak to some governments where people say, well, let the market sort it out. And there's still that belief that the market is very, very efficient and that there's fair pricing, etc. So I think finally, hopefully, we will start understanding that there's no such thing as a free market. We regulate it in one way or another, and it actually is built on our social contract. And I think that social contract needs to change. And we do have two big issues to tackle. One is climate change and biodiversity, natural capital issues, and inequality. We're not particularly amazing at tackling inequality either. So I think the two need to go hand in hand, and for me it would be important to have much more free conversations about the potential trade-offs, and also maybe admitting that it's not going to be that nobody's getting left behind. Some things get left behind, and that's the reality of it, and then we need to figure out, do we compensate, or what do we do there? But it's not going to be that nobody's going to lose out. Somebody always loses out in transformations. It's just what it is.
And as you said, it's an energy transition, it's an energy transformation. So on that note, I want to thank my panelists for this very interesting discussion. I'm sure we're going to, like you said, continue it on our private discussions afterwards. And I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
And just to echo, hello, hi. Just to echo what you just said, exactly. So we will now be moving to lunch break, and you can definitely are very welcome to continue the discussions with the speakers as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for very insightful, really well-led discussions, and thank you all the speakers, Arjun, Linda, Julian, and Jakub, for the discussion. And as I mentioned, so we will now move on to the lunch break for the next hour. So please go get some refreshments, maybe some coffee to get your energy up. Yes, I was going to mention that. And so we can learn even more about energy after lunch. So please enjoy the lunch break.
Baby,
Hello. Good, you can hear me. So we are back after the break. I do hope you feel energized and ready for the third part of the third section of today, which will be focusing on scaling up renewable energy. We have actually discussed and touched on renewable energy as one of the main solutions and strategies to get to net zero in terms of energy transition. So I think now we'll be digging much deeper and zooming in on some of the particular steps how we can scale up the solutions and renewable energy. So without any further ado, I see people are still coming in, so please continue to come in. And I will just give the floor to the moderator of the next section. That is Claudia Patricolo, editor of CEE Energy News, and I will let you introduce the speakers and the panel. So please, Claudia.
Thank you. So if you don't feel energized yet, don't worry, because this panel will give you a lot of energy. I'd like to ask all the other speakers to come on stage, please, just do not let me alone here. But we will introduce yourself later during the discussion, so I don't make any mistake pronouncing your names. So welcome back, everybody. We start now this panel about scaling up renewables. There was already some talks about that and a question from the audience right before in the last panel about renewables, so it's important that we also tackle this issue. I had prepared actually some introductory remarks which were taken from me by Pavel before, because I used the Ember's report. So just to give you some numbers about the renewable energy landscape in Central and Eastern Europe, I was reading the report made by Ember, and saying that Central and Eastern Europe actually covers like 20% of the population of the European Union and 15% of the European Union's GDP. But then when it comes to solar and wind energy, we're talking about 12% and 7% respectively of capacity installed. But the potential is enormous. We have seen before that we're talking about like 200 gigawatts of wind and solar capacity installed by 2030. And if we add also the offshore wind energy, is going to be much more. And Giles mentioned also this morning that there are some important milestones coming up, like the review of the national energy and climate plans, which is something very important. Before it was mentioned the case of Estonia, and I actually would like to focus on one number when it comes to Estonia, not just the 100% renewables target, but money-wise. We're talking about almost 1 billion euros in grants. So this is a lot of money that could be put to a good use, actually. But it's not just that, because if these countries in the region would align with the EU energy and climate policy, they would unlock an enormous amount of money. We're talking about more than 130 billion euros in EU funding through the Recovery and Resilience Facility, through the Just Transition Fund, the Modernization Fund, and we will mention all of these together. And in particular, I would like to focus on the Modernization Fund, especially because of the case of the Czech Republic, that has made good use of that over the past 2 years, with more than 100 projects approved and that went into operation later. And now with the reform of the EU ETS, this fund will increase and will reach 22 billion euros by 2030 only in this country. So to talk about the changes in this region and how this region could live up to its full potential, including also the obstacles that we have to overcome, we have a very good lineup here. So I would like to give the floor to each of you so that you can briefly introduce yourself. Before that, I would like to remind the audience that you can use the slide QR code, if we can see it here on screen, both the audience present in the room and also those watching us online. It's a unique opportunity to ask questions to these amazing people here, so take this opportunity also yourselves. Please.
Just a quick announcement. I apologize for interrupting. So just for anyone who actually came here for a business leaders forum that is next door, just so we know, so we can actually move to the room next door, because we are currently running 2 parallel sessions. We have this discussion, and there's also around, sorry.
You don't know what you're missing.
Hopefully not everybody's going to leave.
Exactly. It's a smaller room, so it should be good. But anyway, anyone, so business leaders forum next door, and but even for them, I will find them, and I'll share the link to this discussion, so they will still watch it after. Apologies, back to you, Claudia.
We will be like the football match, right? People looking something and then on the side, okay, something else is happening.
I didn't want to say that out loud, but that's exactly what I'm hoping as well. Good, back to you.
Okay, thank you. So, Jan, we can start with you. Jan, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Jan Cornili. I'm the regional manager for Europe, Middle East, Asia of Renewable Energy Technical Advisory 3E. We're based in Brussels. We have offices in France, Spain, India, and South Africa. And we are active in all the stages of development of solar, wind, batteries, renewable hydrogen, not as a developer, not as a lender, but as a technical advisor.
Thank you. Gabor?
Thank you. So my name is Gabor Molnár, and I am the Director of Development and Engineering with Med Group. And in this capacity, I am overseeing all the solar development and construction activities what we have in Europe. Which consists of actually two big baskets, one being Central Eastern Europe, and the other is Southern and Western Europe. The origins of the renewable portfolio in Med Group is related to Hungary, so our core activities are still, when it comes to operating assets, is still attached to this region. So I hope that I will be able to provide useful insights for this part as well. But our growth targets going forward are definitely more related to the western part of Europe. So that's why I hope that I will be able to provide an overarching picture when it comes to bottlenecks and also potential incentives.
Thank you. George?
Thank you. My name is George Fermandel. I'm responsible for business development for Resolve Energy. We are a fairly new company. Have been on the market, known, I think, trading for about a year now. However, the roots of our company go back a lot further. The management team was previously with another fund that was active in the region for 15 years already, doing renewable energy projects across Poland, Czech Republic, Croatia, Romania, and looking at projects elsewhere. We teamed up with Actis, which is a large global fund that invests into renewable energy. We teamed up, and in the first year of our operation, we have closed acquisitions of about 2.5 gigawatts of projects, of renewable projects, in Romania and Bulgaria. And we're actively looking for more projects in the region. One of our focus areas is the Czech Republic, but I think we'll touch on some of the problems we have here. It's a very difficult market, so we haven't done anything here yet, but we're in the market and we're looking for more acquisitions as well. So.
Thank you. Bart?
Hello, I'm Bart Taczynski, Director of Proventus Renewables, and my background over the last 23 or 24 years has been as a banker, an investor, and an operator of renewable energy projects, including the creation of Poland's largest renewable IPP. And I now work with investors and developers across a wide range, also investing into development projects and operating assets, as well as clean technologies. And I focus on anywhere from the Balkans to from the Baltics to the Balkans, with Poland being a specialist subject.
Thank you. And last but not least.
Thank you, Patricia. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Dratva. I'm representing fund Nova Green Energy, which the name says we are focused on renewable energy sources. We have more than 60 megawatts of PV installations and some biomass power plants located in 3 countries, Hungary, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. So similarly as George, I'm representing more the investor side, and we'll try to provide you our focus as investors, because we are compiling together let's say, some Western money from DACH countries and then investing them into our region. And our focus is the V4, and then as well the Baltics and the Balkans in the future.
Thank you. So Bart, let's start with you. We mentioned a lot during the day about the challenges that this region has. So what do you think has to change in order for CEE to improve, to scale up renewables? And if you also can provide the example of Poland. George was saying that the Czech market is particularly complicated, and we will hear from you later. But first of all, what is your overview of the region and Poland in particular?
So I think I think that the issues touching every Poland will be very similar in many ways to other locations also in Western Europe, which is the availability or the ability of the grid infrastructure to absorb the renewables coming online. A big driver, for instance, Poland is in the process of approving its update to the energy strategy, which will be targeting 50% of renewables by 2030 in capacity terms. It'll probably be less in terms of volume, but in installed capacity, the target is 50% by 2030, which means a huge jump into roughly about 30 gigawatts of PV, about 11 gigawatts of onshore wind, and another 11 gigawatts or so of offshore wind.
And is it something achievable for a country that has like 76% of energy coming from coal?
Yes, it's definitely achievable. You know, Poland has, right now we have, I think, 13 gigawatts of PV from zero a few years ago. So yes, it's achievable. Now, the nice thing about Poland is the grid issue has been actually addressed from bottom up. So we had an investment plan approved by PSE, which is the TSO, where PSE went to the regulator and said, I need to have this investment plan approved to modernize the grid because I need to have 50% renewables in 2030. So bottom up, the regulator then approved it, and then whatever's been approved by the regulator in terms of the TSO has now been taken up by the Ministry of Climate, and on the back of that, the strategy is being updated. So it's actually quite a healthy way of doing things, rather than the politicians saying we need to have X gigawatts of onshore PV and offshore, and that's it. Rather, it's taken information from the grid and then building a strategy around that. So that's very positive. So there's a whole bunch of modernizations, new lines, but actually what's interesting about Poland is the TSO and all of the DSOs and the regulator got together and created what's called the Charter for Energy Transition of the Infrastructure, which means all of these counterparties, which are the main stakeholders, i.e. the people that manage the grid, have now got together, created this charter and said, like, this is what we need to do in order to make sure the grid is ready. And this includes modernizations and reinforcements, but it also includes non-investment measures, so things like how do we technically allocate capacity, how do we measure n-1 scenarios, there's a real, let's say, the dangerous probabilities when the grid infrastructure can blow out, but actually also pushing the government for regulatory measures such as direct line connections, cable pooling of technologies, commercial connections. So all of those sort of things are beginning to happen. And I think this is why, you know, working with lots of investors and developers, I'm always saying, you know, there's quite a lot of options now to connect. And we have to look at things very strategically and not just kind of put in applications and hope for the best and create this massive congestion line, but actually think about it creatively. So I'm actually very positive that, yes, we can get to 50% renewables. Maybe, frankly speaking, based on history, I think it'll be more. I think that battery storage is now coming online in Poland as well. We have capacity auctions which have approved capacity contracts for batteries. There's a balancing market reform happening, which is going to kind of cut and paste the UK regulations into Poland in terms of allowing for various frequency balancing services, frequency regulations to be provided by batteries. So I'm very, very bullish, and I think it can happen, and most likely, hopefully, it'll be more than that, because everybody is looking at things geopolitically as well. So the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia may have one positive, if we can even call it a positive, because it's a brutal and devastating invasion, is the fact that energy transition will speed up. And I'm certainly noticing in Poland a lot more focus on independence and really, let's say, reinforcing the grid and getting it ready for renewables.
Well, it's like what happened with COVID, for example. At some point, we realized we were emitting a lot of CO2 when everything stopped. So we need some tragic events maybe to understand things. So if you say that the TSOs were proactive and the regulators responded very well, so what kind of actors should actually do more in
well,
to
those
make
are
a
the
change?
actors, right? Those are the main actors, is the operators of the grid. They should be preparing to manage the grid and make sure that the grid is ready for the renewables. So for me, those are the actors. Everybody else will fall into place. The developers will create the projects. The legislation will form around this. So I believe, that actor, if you can call it, the DSOs and the TSOs are, for me, number one. Of course, and regulations in and around that, things like cable pooling, allowing for pooling of different technologies. That's maybe the other actor, which is the government and let's say the ministry driving the change. So, I would say that's number one.
This
priority.
bottom-up model worked very well.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's really happened. Let's see if it works, but it's happened in the right. It's like building a budget. You got to go and get your assumptions first, and then build it.
Moving then to the Czech market, George, I wanted to ask you. You mentioned you had some difficulties. So what kind of difficulties did you encounter here?
Well, we're not developers, so
compared to other markets that you have observed, what are the challenges of the Czech market?
Well, we look at projects all over the region. So I think I'll start off by saying we just don't see many projects here. We see a lot of significant projects in Romania, Bulgaria, all kinds of places where there's good resource. In the Czech Republic, there's more challenging resource anyway. There's not as much irradiation as you have further south. There are some windy areas, but they're protected and nobody wants them there. Not a lot of NIMBYism here. And so we don't see a lot of the projects. And the economics don't work so well. I'll also say that on a number of the developers who now have projects, we're seeing a lot of greed involved. People have the first projects and they're saying, okay, well, we want a very high amount of money, and they hear what we're paying for projects theoretically in Bulgaria, Romania, and so on. And even though the resource isn't there and the tax is higher and the projects are smaller, and you don't have the economies of scale and so on, they're still asking a very high price. So there's also a bit of a gap between expectations of what people think their projects are worth and what an investor thinks they're worth. There's cultural problems here. I think leadership, I know for 10 years the president here would go on TV twice a year and go on about the evils of renewable energy and the solar barons and everything like that. So that doesn't help as well, especially when you have a lot of permitting issues. And I think that was touched on in one of the panels this morning, is just getting permitting done in this country is very difficult. And if you're a municipal politician and all your voters keep hearing that the solar barons are evil people and renewable energy is bad, and you keep hearing it from the president, then obviously the municipal politicians are not going to be very favorable for it being built in their municipality either. And then that slows down the permitting. So there's a lot of issues in this country. We are starting to see some projects, and we are talking to a few people here, but I think we're generally not particularly hopeful about there being a big renewable boom here as opposed to further in the south.
Gabor, let's move to you. And you said that MET is also expanding its renewable portfolio, is entering other countries, other markets. What do you think are the most promising business areas? And what kind of, if we talk about finance, then what kind of financial incentives are needed to scale up renewables?
Yeah, I mean, business models, financing, and the policymakers' incentives are pretty much going hand in hand, right? So what we first need to admit is that what is the ultimate goal of the policymaker? They now want to provide or make generators provide reliable, stable, cheap and green electricity. And this is not that easy to resolve. I mean, it's really the classic energy trilemma, which we have to face now. And practically we see it in a way that the policymakers now have to come up with solutions that are also encouraging investments, not just on the generation side, but also on the grid infrastructure side and perhaps on the flexibility or balancing side as well. Because we also perceive quite a lot of action on the generation capacity and in general, at least in my opinion, the green power generation industry is perceived as something as a cash cow now, because the power prices are high, technology is cheap, financing is abundant and quite accessible. Whereas in reality, we see quite a lot of greedy developers, indeed, and quite a lot of challenge finding long-term business models, long-term sustainable business models, and long-term financing. Nevertheless, still, the generation part is something that is pretty much addressed and understood by policymakers and also financiers as such. But at the same time, as also addressed by the colleagues previously, we need just as or even more investment on the grid development side and on the flexibility asset side as well. So I think here the key challenge, especially for the policymakers, is to find the right balance between intervention and also market-based solutions. Because if they intervene too much, then we can easily end up in similar situations what we have like a decade or 1.5 decades ago across Europe with the feed-in tariff-fueled boom and bust cycle, let it be wind or let it be solar, let it be Spain or let it be Bulgaria. And I think this makes the policymakers pretty concerned about initiating similar schemes. But if they do not do anything, then the only actor who can step in is the state, who is in most of the cases quite sluggish to first understand what is the need and then implement those changes. So just 2 examples here. So the way I see it, at least this battery storage market in Europe, is that the only functioning battery storage market is existing in the UK, because they designed quite well this capacity mechanism that is actually the basis of the business model for them to implement those projects. There is a need for battery storages all across Europe, and there is quite a lot of discussions and quite hefty prices for storage projects as well. Nevertheless, in very few cases, you can see a viable business model. So this is, again, a classic example that policymakers think that they should come, but they do not provide a good enough basis for growth. So I think probably the way out is something, at least in my opinion, the US now tend to find their particular solution, which is pretty well known, this Inflation Reduction Act, and actually Germany is now testing a very similar scheme to be introduced. And for me, the biggest question is whether this IRA is going to be the blueprint that is going to be copied by Europe as a whole and perhaps implemented in CEE as well, or we will see different policy schemes and like unintegrated approaches in Europe and in CEE in particular. Because just the last thought here, the way we see investment opportunities in the CEE is that, I mean, the challenge is also the upside. The challenge is that we are talking about quite scattered markets, different policy schemes, different prices, different history, different developers, different actors, yet we are talking about fairly small markets. If we compare the Hungarian market to the Spanish one, then it's obviously a different league in terms of investment volumes. So at least as an investor, it would be nice to see at least some initiatives on policymaker levels to integrate somehow the approaches towards financing these new infrastructure needs. Let it be market integration, let it be grid, let it be interconnectors, or capacity markets for battery storages. So I see quite a lot of opportunities. It would need quite a lot of learning and coordination. But frankly, I'm also very bullish, because one thing is pretty much decided by now, that the future is going to be green. The question is by when and what kind of obstacles we need to tackle, and whether we fail on long term or we see them well in advance and tackle them properly.
When you say by when, I mean, the right answer, I think, is yesterday. So we are a little bit late for that. But you mentioned something about long-term, for example, and the fact there is a lack of vision for long-term. So especially now, we focus on everything that is happening now. We have to focus on the short term. So what would be, in your opinion, a winning long-term business model?
I think the trick is that there is no trick. So it should be a legal and industrial framework that is pretty much untouched. So I think that's the beauty of Western Europe in most of the cases, and in Eastern Europe or in the CEE region, that's what we see is that there is a lot of experiment with a lot of goodwill behind it. Nevertheless, there are quite a lot of changes in terms of factors that are heavily influencing the long-term business model of these renewable assets. So if I look at it from a financial perspective, then these assets are still should be or can be considered as kind of asset-backed bonds, right? So they should produce the same in the 15th year, similarly to the first year. So as an investor, what we would appreciate is a predictable and stable legal background and framework and untouched incentives. So I think that's what makes the most attractive markets that way. Because, I mean, again, an example, I don't think that Germany is particularly good in terms of solar resources, right? I mean, let's be frank, it's not the shiniest part of Europe. Nevertheless, one of the biggest PV markets. Why? Because they have the institutional background that is trusted by everybody. They have the cheap financing, which is pretty much interrelated to this institutional stability. And they have the whole ecosystem, which was built up in the last 20, 25 years. And this is working very well. So we, or the policymakers, need to control the volumes so that they are not overheating the markets one year and busting the other. And they should provide this institutional stability also in the long run. So I think that's pretty much the key.
And speaking then of different parts of Europe, I will turn to Ian. I mean, for example, I live in Sicily, which is a typical sunny place, and actually there are more wind turbines than solar panels installed. Mm-hmm. Considering that it is windy, but not as it is sunny. So yeah, sometimes there are some discrepancies that we don't see. So my question for you, Ian, if we think about the fact that long time ago renewables were just a dream and now it's a reality and we have seen the costs also going down, what is the reality? I mean, if we have to make a reality check, let's say, of the renewables.
Yeah, it's a very good example, Sicily, and I actually wanted to dwell on that example because recently we have done a study for a global warehousing company that wanted to look at 24 countries in the world, of which 10 were European. And so we assessed the resource, we assessed the support systems, the ancillary services, the balancing market, the frequency regulation, and so forth. And as a general conclusion from that, what you see is that actually it's the least resourceful countries in the world that have the best regulatory systems and also have been able to stabilize the business model. And I think that's a very powerful conclusion from that study, and it hinges on what my colleague here said. It's respect for the business model of investing in a clean energy asset and being able to get your money back over time. That's really important, and that's become a bit of an issue, and it's still an issue in some countries. And then what you see, for instance, is that, I give two examples. You compare the Netherlands and Italy. Now, which country is more naturally endowed with sun? Huh? The Netherlands or Italy? It's clear, it's Italy. Yet, in the Netherlands, they have double the capacity of solar power per inhabitant than in Italy. And the reason is, and it's the first market in Europe now, it has surpassed the Germans. It's in the biggest solar power, in a way, in Europe is the Netherlands. Now, you wouldn't have expected that, but it is because there's a stable support system, there's stable regulation, there's no clawbacks once you have done the investment and so forth. And so, basically, you can count on it. And obviously, the Dutch always exaggerate in business. That's a bit a natural tendency of them. But they also profit from location in the sense, the interconnections with Germany, with Denmark, with Belgium. And so these interconnections have made their market much bigger than their own Dutch market. It's a common market. And so this electricity is freely flowing. So that's one example. The other example I would want to give is, for instance, you compare Poland and Portugal, same question. You know, which country is more endowed for solar, Portugal or Poland? Yet the capacity invested in Poland is many times what is invested in Portugal. And again, it's about the business model and the business environment in order to have this investments and make money on it. And that's where I think there is a reality check to do also for the industry. And that's the second point I would want to make. That is, you know, the targets are there and they're ambitious. The subsidy schemes are there, whether it's in the US, IRA, whether it's in the EU, whether it's in China. There's a massive support for the clean energy industry. And but as an experiment, last year in January 22, I bought a BlackRock clean energy tracker fund. So basically, it's American, European, Chinese companies, and there's no decision, there's no real selection, it's a tracker fund, you know, it just tracks them. From January 22 till now, minus 10%. So you would think the industry is, you know, is in top, you know, in a vibe that is can only go up and everyone's making money. Well, clearly not everyone is making money. Some actually are and I know the stock market is not the whole reality. If you ask a reality check, stock market is only one of the reality checks. But what we see is that the business model, and I'm always coming back to the business model does have some challenges. Obviously, increasing interest rates, cost of capital going up, and we saw the slide of Giles saying that it's also unequal. The cost of capital is not the same in different parts of the world. Secondly, the supply chains and the cost of equipment going up. I mean, until now, you could basically bet on your equipment being cheaper next year than this year. It's no longer the case, especially now, not in these last years, and that's a challenge. That's why these stabilization mechanisms are like contracts for difference are important. And then thirdly, and there I echo what the colleagues here have said, it's the regulatory uncertainty, and both in the positive and in the negative way. I mean, a lot of the regulatory changes that are going on right now in Europe are positively inspired. It's to make things better. Yeah. But you have to wait to know what you're going to get in the end, and the waiting is creating a backlog of projects that do not get to a final investment decision, because you do want to know how much support you will get. You do want to know how the negative prices will impact on your business model, and how the TSO is going to deal with these imbalances. You want to know all that before you make an investment, and if the rules are in constant evolution, this is obviously not good. So I think it echoes what also
Sorry,
Giles...
but don't you think that the rules are in constant evolutions, because the landscape, the world we live in, is in constant evolution? How can we have certain regulations if we have like global pandemic, and then the year after we have a war, and then we have supply disruption, something that we cannot predict?
Indeed, I mean, there's a lot of macro elements changing, yet still, I mean, there's also the way governments react to that, and whether they respect some of the engagements. We've been talking about the clawbacks, so the excess subsidies that have been given under these systems, and then the high prices, and now governments want them back, which is understandable, but it does do harm to the business model. I also give other examples which are, and sometimes it comes to really small things. In Spain, for instance, they put in place an energy community regulation, which was very easy. Basically, you can say, if you have put solar panels on a common roof, like police station or a school or anything, everyone within 2 kilometers can join the community and benefit from that solar electricity as if it's your own. It's a very simple rule, but it works. And all over Spain, these kind of communities are being created. The question then obviously is, how long will this go on, and can others also install such regulations that are being kept stable afterwards? Once you have decided them, you know, keep with them for a while until it has success and it can bear fruit. And I think that's important. It's a lot of small regulations, of course, But it's important that it's done, if you make a change, it's done fast, and then it's stable afterwards, so that people that invest in it, they can actually count on getting their money back and having their business model confirmed.
Yes, please.
If I could just interject on your question about your statement, excuse me, on the world's changing, so you need to change the regulations. I think that's clear. I think there's regulation. There's regulation which is adapting to the new situation, and we have to now follow these rules. And there's regulation that said, we as regulators or governments, we made a big mistake 5 years ago, and therefore we're now retroactively going to go and punish everyone who benefited from that system. And investors are smart enough to see the difference between the two. So that's the key thing.
Let's move now to Martin. You've been quiet so far, so now it's your turn. We talked a little bit about regulation, so let's go back again to financing mechanism. And what do you think are the best options that we have to scale up renewables?
I have the advantage that I have been patiently listening, and I can, with some of them, I can agree or less agree. But there is one important element that we invest in the project. For example, a PV project, there is a future of 30 or 40 years. So take into consideration that you need to project into the cash flow of 30 or 40 years. And so far, the first PV projects have been alive for example, 20 years. But still, we think that the panels itself can produce the energy for 30 years. And one of the answers of what the solution can be on the scale up of the PV or generate the renewable energy sources here is to do nothing. I mean, and what does it mean? Because some important thoughts were that the policymaker, that means the proper laws needs to be, that's definitely agree. Then the technical details from the distribution grids, that's for sure agreed. But take into consideration that there need to be investors who need to be at the safe side or confident that the cash flow will be generated in the 30 years. And that's why at some point I can claim that if the government does nothing in the couple of years, in the most important 10 years, then that in some cases might be the best for the investors and for the development in the industry. As we have seen a couple in the previous 1 or 2 years, and I think it touches, for example, Poland as well, where the offtake prices of PV panels, of PV projects were kept. And we had one project on the table for Poland, and once the government introduced this, I think it was at 70 euros cap.
For PV, it was higher, around 90.
Okay,
yeah,
but still, it limits the appetite, for example, for us at that point, and it was quite a huge project, and we simply decided to postpone to enter the country for this PV industry because of its instability. But okay, let's move on the what.
96 is enough.
Sorry?
96 euro per megawatt hour is plenty.
Well, depends on the cost of capital, definitely, and how much you need to deliver to the investors. But yeah, but in order to be more positive, what can be supported and how? So, what has, for example, been done in Czech Republic that I will not comment now the 2010, as you mentioned it, the solar barons, because that's not we should build on. But in this previous 1 or 2 years, there has been an incentive on the capital expenditures. So that's one way, and I'm a big fan of not supporting almost anything, but I'm definitely not a supporter of operational support in some sort of feed-in tariffs or auction systems, because that is killing quite rapidly the fiscal part of the government. But I think these capital expenditures incentives are the right way, if any, if needed. And but it has also the disadvantage that, for example, on the Czech market, and I think this has been mentioned, that in 10 years nothing has been done, and suddenly there is too much money given in the circulation, then the environment is not used to such amount of money, and then I think, as George mentioned, the developers, the sellers of the projects are too greedy, and it financially doesn't make sense. So, and it again brings me to, I think, if we have the right basic terms, as mentioned, the grid and the stable legislation, then for us as the investors, we can live with the free market principle. And I think that should be supported, and the stakeholders shall be trying to keep this as long as possible. So that's how we see it. And maybe the more financing, I'm rather optimistic because the important stakeholders like the banks are nowadays supporting the investments which we or many other investors do, because some forms of the PPA are rather complicated after the war in Ukraine, and you can quite difficult get 10 or 15 years PPA with a counterparty which the bank accepts. So there are only some countries, I think Germany was mentioned, with the developed market where the PPAs are quite widely accepted and created. And here in our countries, for example, Czech Republic, but I have heard in Latvia, basically there are no PPAs. So you come to the bank and the bank tells you, bring me the PPA. There is none, because I think in Czech market so far 3 or 5 of significant volume has been struck. So, and that's why I'm positive that the banks are supporting the, let's call it, merchant regime, where I sell the electricity on the spot market, and then it's already my risk how I evaluate the forecast of the, I don't know, 10, 15 years of the spot market, and the banks are still willing to finance it. So that's why I'm rather optimistic. I think that's the right way. If I have the stable environment, and of course the bank which wants to play with the same rules as myself, then I think that's the good combination how we can develop the renewable energy sources in this region.
I will give you the floor now, but before I remind you that you can still ask questions on Slido, because I see we have a very shy audience for this panel. So I encourage you to ask questions. In the meantime, Bart, you wanted to disagree with
no, not disagree,
or agree?
maybe evolve a little bit. So I would say, my colleague here mentioned let's say the halting of a decision based on the price cap, which was introduced by Poland. But which, by the way, it wasn't Poland that introduced the price cap. It was the European Commission, which enabled all of the member states to introduce caps if they wanted to, at any level below 180 euros per megawatt hour. So it's the problem with that was, first of all, it was as a result of the war or the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and secondly, it was for a limited amount of time, and thirdly, it wasn't in this particular case. The problem wasn't with the cap; it was the fact that the investor didn't earn enough money as a result of the cap. That's not the problem of the market, it's the problem of the investor, because in that particular situation, 90 euros plus per megawatt hour should be plenty to make a decent return. But that's obviously a specific situation. But I'm personally a big believer.
It depends what you acquired the project at.
If you paid a lot of money for the project, then it's also, so it's an individual situation. I think that what I wanted to say, I fully agree. So I actually think the markets today in the region are very efficient. There's not so much subsidies going on, and there shouldn't be. We have a very liquid PPA market in Poland. It's the 4th most liquid PPA market in Europe, ahead of the Scandies, ahead of most of Western Europe, with the exception of UK, Spain, and Germany, in terms of numbers of transactions. I'm involved in a number of projects. One particular contracting exercise where we've just gone out to over 100 off-takers. And we're getting quotes in euro and PLN, and we're getting quotes from 5 years to 15 years, and we're getting quotes for pay-as-produced and baseload, so all sorts of different structures. And actually, what we're going to end up doing is we're probably going to contract some of the projects. We're going to contract various different tenors, and some will leave actually uncontracted. We'll go on a merchant financing because we really want to build them quickly, And then we will contract them once they are built. And banks are willing to lend on a merchant basis. Of course, they will lend a little bit less if it's merchant than if it's contracted. But it works really well. And where I do think the European market design rules, which came out of the European Commission, are very good, is they are pushing all of the member states to do two things. One is allow PPAs to happen, so foster offtake markets, and two, allow CFD auctions to happen, competitive CFD auctions. Because competitive CFD auctions is not a subsidy, because competitive CFD auctions are normally, in fact, always now, significantly below market prices. So they are not a subsidy. None of the consumers have to pay anything, neither does the government. In fact, if anything, the government gets money back from such a scheme. And what that allows to happen is more projects to be built. You can actually mix up a PPA with a CFD or a CFD with a merchant. And it obviously stimulates the supply chain, et cetera, et cetera. So it actually works really, really well.
That's what Giles was saying also this morning. They're good for society, they're good for the government.
Thanks to Wind Europe, amongst other counterparties, is why we have this mechanism.
I just wanted now to move a little bit to George. I will come back to you, Jan, because we haven't mentioned the private sector. And it's also important when we talk about financing and scaling up renewables. What is the role of the private sector? And especially, how can we de-risk these investments for the private sector to make them more interesting and appealing?
Okay. Bart just stole some of my thunder to start answering that question, but I mean, I would sort of focus on three elements. One is putting in place the elements to reduce the variance of your revenues and your cash flow. And don't have to go further into detail. He just covered it with the CFDs and the PPAs and so on. The second element is to have the regulatory framework that actually supports these tools in place, because they don't always work the way they're supposed to. And the third element, which I'd like to touch on, is how public money is spent and how that affects how the private sector invests and follows up on those things. So I think we've already talked about the PPAs and CFDs. We've got some. It's one thing to put it in place, but if everything else and all the supporting regulation and laws are not consistent across the EU, then sometimes they just don't work together the way they're supposed to. And a few examples I can give you is, Romania is a very large market for renewable energy, and up until about a year ago, you were not allowed to sign a PPA. Now, the reasons for that were historic, because there was corruption and all kinds of dodgy deals that were happening 10 years ago, so they blocked them, but it took them an awfully long time to allow it again, even though the market was screaming for it. So that certainly held back Romania for a long time. Now they now allow it, so that's an example of regulatory lag that didn't help them. Another thing that we're dealing with specifically in our company right now is we have big projects in Romania, and said in general, if I speak a lot about Czech Republic where we're based, and Romania where we have most of our investments right now. Czech Republic is a country that has a big industrial base, very limited renewable energy options for anyone to buy from. Romania is completely the opposite. There's lots of renewable energy resource there and relatively little industrial base and demand for power. Right now, the logical thing is Czech companies, or it doesn't have to be Czech, but let's use this. They should be buying their power, or they can buy their green power from Romania, from projects in Romania. Right now, you cannot export renewable energy green certificates or GOOs, which guarantee that you're buying renewable energy. You cannot export that from Romania outside to other countries in the EU, and that's simply a regulatory issue. There's no other reason for it right now, and that's a lag, and that's preventing investment as well, because that's blocking cross-border PPAs, which is a big issue in our business, and I think everyone who's investing in this part of the world right now, and they're not the only ones. Romania doesn't allow it yet. Bulgaria doesn't allow it yet, or they haven't pushed through the changes required to allow it. Albania hasn't done it. North Macedonia hasn't done it, and there's others. So these are kind of these regulatory obstacles that have to be put out of the way to allow free trading of power and efficient markets. Right? And the third topic I wanted to touch on was how public money is spent, and by public money is not only government money here, or national governments, but also EU money. And we've had a few references to the modernization fund. And as an example, Romania has given a lot of that modernization money to the TSO, to the transmission system operator, and they are upgrading the grids, which you touched on as well as a key component to success stories like Poland.
And it's very clear, actually, in Romania. It's very clear as to what capacity is available where. You can go on a map and check exactly.
But they don't reach everywhere. That's the problem with Romania also, that there are a lot of places that are still not very well connected.
But it's transparent. It's transparent.
It's
you can
transparent.
See, a lot of
At
countries
least
it's
we
not
know that.
transparent.
We know that.
That's one issue. But I'm focusing more on, so what are they doing about it? They are now, they're investing money into the transmission grid, and that helps everybody. That helps anybody who's trying to invest in the region, and it helps the whole sector. In Bulgaria, I don't think they're nearly as advanced in implementing, but their concept is more based on batteries and trying to get the cost of balancing down. So they want to put a lot of that public money and EU money into reducing, into, again, helping the whole sector as a whole. If I can contrast that to the Czech Republic, all the money is going to specific projects. And that distorts the market. It puts a lot of money into the hands of only the developers, not so much everybody else. And we don't think it's necessary. We're really not fans of direct subsidies into projects. And I think it's how intelligently the public money gets spent in different markets. That's a big signal to investors as to where they should invest and where they shouldn't. So.
Jan, you wanted to comment on something.
Yes, and again, some of the things have already been addressed. What we see in many countries is that the political discourse and also the policy making as a result of that runs almost 10 years behind on the current realities, because we all had our period of over-subsidization where it was not efficient, it was fixed price, and then people made a lot of money on it and so forth, and then there was a scandal, and then now we almost do not dare to intervene or intervene in very impractical ways, and so we need to move on from that and go to the current opportunities of reality of the current reality, and there. Indeed, I think in Europe you see somehow a sort of harmonization towards the combination of PPAs with corporate clients and CFDs that the government can put in place. And I give two examples where this is really, the opportunities are there and can be helped by governments. And there I would a bit disagree.
We will allow you one example.
Okay. Well, you talked about Estonia, the 100% target. The 100% target is given by offshore wind, because Estonia, they will develop 1 gigawatt of offshore wind. They could easily do 8. I mean, there's no real limit on their development. The only limit is the grid connection. They need to get, because they don't consume that electricity, they're going to be at 200%, at 300%. So they need to have the grid connection with Finland, with Latvia, and all the way down. And that's where I think Czech Republic is not unlike Belgium. Industrial region, relatively small, very dense in activities, very dense in population, not many opportunities, not many resources, but our biggest resource are all our interconnections. I mean, we're the most interconnected electricity market in Europe, and so we take all the benefits from France, Germany, the Netherlands, everywhere, and we can export. And I think that's, if the Czech Republic projects itself into such a future, a lot of opportunities open up again.
We have a couple of questions from the audience, so I'll start with that. One is, how is cannibalization of solars impacting the investment model? And can the accumulation affect it significantly? Who wants to take that?
Cannibalization, did you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
so the
second part of that was?
And can the accumulation affect it significantly?
I'm happy to take on that if you don't mind. I mean, because I will be short. So I think there is this phenomena that everybody is now focusing on solar in Europe for various reasons. Easy permitting, relatively easy permitting, short development process, and all the other things. Therefore, we are moving into one direction. And this naturally leads to cannibalization, which is going to have a huge impact on the future business models. And I think this is related to the second thought of mine, is that everybody is seeing the PPA market as a kind of panacea for everything, but very few people understand that there are very strong limitations in terms of PPA offtake capacities coming from bankable large industrial customers. So my point is that very soon someone, let it be the state or utilities or whoever, has to step in to offtake those capacities, also considering this upcoming huge effect of cannibalization, unless we manage the diversification away from purely solar. But over to you.
Actually, this connects with the other question. So I will ask to you if you want to reflect on this, and also the other question, which is, what is the best way to limit the impact of future solar self-cannibalization for the investors? Would PPA and CFD suffice, especially in 5–10 years from now?
If I may, yeah, those two questions naturally relate to each other. Actually, we have now come across a similar problem, and the beauty of the first question is that the technical and the strategic question at the same time, because we have seen that, for example, speaking about 5 or 10 years PPA, you get the response that the price is not that will be not that high because of the cannibalization of the solar industry. I have heard such response from the large utility company, European one, 2 weeks ago for the first time, once discussing the project. And so what is behind that? It won't be sufficient, for example, for me or the investor just to have plain PV plant, because it's, as we all, I think, can agree that the green energy is the right way, and it's, I think, somebody mentioned by when, so that's given. And if there will be only one sort of unstable energy source, it's clear it's not feasible. So, for example, in one of our projects, we are creating a combination of PV and wind, and with a combination of battery, if it makes economical sense. So I think that's the right way to combine and to make it more sophisticated, not to be only the investors or operators, doesn't matter, of the one sort of energy. So I think that's the very good question, and it needs to think of the investors or stakeholders to think beyond the region of 2 years, because once the capacities are installed, the problem will be here, and the players are already taking that into consideration. Brilliant question.
We still have some time, so because you mentioned, Bart, before, for example, the European Commission, and Ian, you mentioned the IRA. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, we talk about players in this region and in this sector. What is the role of the European Commission, in your opinion, and what is the role of the European Commission compared to the IRA and as a response to the IRA? Bart, you can start. Very briefly, we don't have much time.
This is a very political question, because the IRA is great for US industry, and lots of storage capacity is going to be built, panel module manufacturing capacity. And it's great from one perspective because it diversifies away from a single production location today, effectively, which is China. Now, it's fine, but it's always healthy to diversify. So that's what's going to happen with the IRA. I feel the Europeans are falling behind a little bit. I think that, and that's perhaps is by nature of the beast. You know, it's just more difficult to put something in place for all of the member states. But I would love for that to happen. So I would love for our region, the Central Eastern European, Southern Eastern European region. I also include Ukraine in this going forward. For that to be very much a manufacturing hub for some of these industries, if we can get some of, but that unfortunately that does need subsidy to get it off the ground, to put the gigascale production facilities in place to then begin to be competitive.
Yes, very rapidly. I think what the Americans got right is that they stabilized the business model. You know, for the next 15 years, this is what you're going to get. So you can actually finance it from your own terms, your own capital. I mean, so it's this stability which is good. And secondly, they create their own manufacturing industry. What we have done in Europe is we say, oh, we have the innovation fund, so you get money, capital, to try new things. We can't guarantee you whether it's going to bring any money in the end. And secondly, actually, by the way, we just spent 600 billion on subsidizing the fossil alternatives. That's what we've done in Europe. I mean, you know, we intervened in the prices in order to subsidize just the opposite. So I think there we need to reflect in Europe, this is not the right mix. You know, stop subsidizing fossil and fix the business model. That's the way forward for renewable energy, for clean energy, and then it'll go by itself. There's no lack of capital in Europe. You know, there's a lack of stability, and I think that's where the Americans have, on balance, right now a better deal. But you know, we can get there.
Yeah, if we can, because that's what Americans have done. They've basically said, if you want to build a battery factory, I'll give you 30% off or something to that effect. So hugely competitive, bringing forward the price curve 5 years for hydrogen as well. Electrolyzers is going to be, you know, it's going to bringing the cost curve forward by a number of years as a result of that.
Somebody said hydrogen at the end.
It's got to be. You can't leave a country. You've got to say hydrogen.
You cannot not say that. So, but at least it was the end. So we're reaching the end of this panel discussion. I would like to ask a question to all of you. So let's play a game. You know the game, complete the sentence. So the sentence I'm giving you is, if we have, insert a word of your choice, then everything else would fall into place.
Say again, sorry.
If we have, and a word of your choice, then everything else will fall into place.
Okay.
Enough?
Enough. Okay, I like that. Okay, Bart.
Grid capacity.
George.
You just stole mine.
We can skip you.
Stability.
Stability.
You stole mine. Then it's cheap financing, I would say.
Ian?
Well, I will add flexibility then.
That's a good one.
And I think the circle is complete. So thank you very much for sharing with us your insights. Thank you for listening. So big round of applause for you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Claudia, for the brilliant moderation and managing to extract so much information from this wealth of experience and knowledge. So well done to that. And thank you so much, all the speakers, for contributing as well. Now we will have a 30-minute break for some coffee as well, just to still stay energized and still wait and listen for the last panel, which will start in 30 minutes. So enjoy the break and enjoy coffee.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,
Okay, welcome back after the break to the last section of today, of the third day of the CEE Sustainable Finance Summit, focusing on energy. But this last section will actually focus on industry decarbonization. Industry, which is especially key and crucial part and sector for our countries of the CEE region. So we will be looking more into how we can decarbonize and how can we actually transition some of these really hard to abate industries. So maybe before we go to the panel discussion, we have two keynote speeches. So maybe without any further ado, although I see people are still coming in, so please come in. I will actually invite to the stage, maybe right away, Mr. Marek Mora, Deputy Finance Minister of the Czech Republic, to deliver the first keynote speech. Marek, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't mind, can I sit? Okay, I will sit. If you don't mind, it's maybe easier because I prepared some papers and it will be easier like this to read them out, though I will try not to read them. So thank you very much for the kind invitation. I would like really to congratulate Linda and her team for organizing this event. I was here in a different venue last year, and I heard a lot also about the event this year. People were very positive. You know, even the president of the European Investment Bank was very positive. I think he spoke here on the very first day, right? So he was quite impressed. So I think you are doing a great job. And I think that this summit became, I would say, a key event on the ESG or sustainable finance issue in the Central and Eastern Europe, which is not bad, I think. And you achieved a lot. You cover lots of topics. You know, finance, banking, industry, innovations, etc. And what I like most, and I think this is the main value added, and also I have the impression from my talks with Linda that she really tries hard to bring together people who do not necessarily only agree with each other. So I think bringing together these different views, I think is a very important asset, and I think you should continue with that. You know, so far my job in these events was quite easy. You know, I came before as a central banker, as a deputy governor of the Czech National Bank, and I mainly talked about the role of central banks in sustainable finance. And I thought my job was easy. Maybe some of you would not like it, but I had the point that central banks should basically not get involved in a lot in sustainable finance business, certainly not in finding solutions for the problem. They should monitor the risks, they should understand the risks, and they should, of course, include that in part of their financial stability business, but they should not be the key drivers of, let's say, combating global warming or this kind of stuff. And I always thought it was mainly a job for governments. Now, I came as a deputy minister of finance. So now I work for the government, and obviously the job is far more difficult for me, because when I said before that it's for the governments, now I should say as a part of the Czech government, how do I see it? I think I will not speak on behalf of the Czech government. I am not even sure that the Czech government really has a complex view on the whole topic. I think various parts of the government and various ministries would have their own view, which is maybe not bad. But obviously we have to have a view as a country, because lots of stuff, I mean, on certain topics, because these topics are dealt with at the European level in terms of European regulation, and there we obviously have to say something. So my role today is a bit more complex than before, because I cannot simply say, okay, it's not for us, you know, as central bankers. By the way, I think you had a panel yesterday evening, so I don't know what was said there. I don't know what my successors, who came, Madame Zamrazilová came. Well, I don't know what she said. Well, I hope they keep the line. Maybe not. Maybe not. And I always said that it should be for the governments, because I think there are two main reasons why it should be the governments. First, they have the means. They have the instruments in their hands, be it regulation, be it taxation, maybe some other means. And they also have, and this is maybe even more important, they have the political legitimacy to do something about it, or maybe not to do something about it. It's up to them, and this is something which the central bank certainly does not have. So let me share with you I would not say I like it, these inspirational remarks. It's much better than a keynote speech. So I will share with you some views which I have on the topic. I will maybe start from a bit helicopter level, but then I will come maybe a bit further down to more practical topics, which will maybe also be linked to the upcoming panel. Let me start with the first observation that I think really that we are basically witnessing a major shift of a paradigm, I would say. Since the Second World War, and maybe then further accelerated after 1989, I would say the developed world was a world of market-based economies, capitalism, if you want. Companies was oriented on profit-making, and this brought about also, major achievements in this part of the world. But I think exactly the same part of the world has changed, or is changing now, and we see that now the companies at the corporate level, they don't talk so much only about profits. They speak about social responsibility, about ESG goals. Maybe the old statement by Milton Friedman that the only goal of a company is making profit is probably not true anymore, which I think is a big change. And also at the governmental level, we see more and more actions which are going in a different direction. And I think the degree of state interventionism, which we are witnessing now, especially concentrated in this area of sustainable finance, is enormous. And I think this is really something quite new, and it's changed. And there are probably many reasons for this, but I would say the main reason is that there are people who say that we are witnessing with global warming or climate change big market failure, which was produced during these, if I may say, capitalist times, and all that needs now to be corrected. And this is something which creates some question marks with me as economist, and I would say I would call myself even maybe a bit liberal economist. This is something which worries me, and I will say a couple of words on that in a minute. What we are also witnessing at the governmental level, so that the companies are concentrating on these social responsibility goals or ESG. Everyone, especially in the Western society, every company now tries, or many companies now try to show that they are doing something in this field. And the governments, as I said, I think go quite massively in this state interventionist direction. And they are doing it, I would say, in two ways. One is that they regulate. And the regulation is either that they put constraints on some activities, for instance, forbidding combustion engines, or they create regulation by which they try to increase transparency and accountability about the real costs of production, meaning that all these externalities, economic externalities, which were not priced in before, be it CO2 emission, be it NOx emission, be it whatever other sources of global warming, were not priced in, and this they try to correct by increasing this transparency and accountability, which I think is a good part of the story, which I think is correct. However, we also know that these actions by the states, or what we are witnessing now, creates lots of controversies. At the national level, I think we have a big issue about legitimacy. I call it myself that we see it's a bit exaggerated, and please, it's a Marek Mora statement, so do not attach it to the Czech government. It's really my own remarks. I think we see a fight between, let's say, dreamers and realists, between the young and the old. And we see that what's going on, especially about the actions, about how we approach the climate change, about what we should do or we should not do and how much it costs, all that create enormous tensions in the societies, and I think they are mainly along these lines, which I say young versus old, or maybe dreamers versus realists. Some, or maybe many or maybe most scientists, or maybe promoters, or maybe activists, whatever you would call it, say that we are witnessing almost an existential question for the mankind. I don't know if it's true or not, and that's why they say we have to act now or never, because if we do not act now, everything will be lost. It's very difficult to say, because only by describing the size of the problem, you can attach to it the size or the price of the action which you take against it. Because many people think that it is very, very costly. And there are even people who say that the democratic societies or liberal democracy actually is not able to deal with the problem, which I think goes really, really far. But we see, and this is something which we see also in the data, that climate change and environmental questions remain at the top of political concern, especially among the young part of our population, be it in Europe or in the United States. We can see that young people become more and more skeptical about future, including questioning if they should have children or not. They fear about future extreme weather, about access to water. They feel threats about, to their families, especially in the south part of the globe. People are afraid that they will have to migrate, and there is a kind of general hopelessness among the young. And this is something which a politician has to take seriously, I think. And we can also see, which is maybe more worrisome, that young people have also expressed less support for democracy in recent years, because they think that democracy and liberal democracy was ineffective in addressing this issue, which they consider to be so important and which will affect their future. And as I said, there are even scientists who say that liberal democracy that it is actually impossible that the issue of climate change can be tackled by a liberal democracy, which is something which I would not share, but I am just saying that some people say it. So I think there is a big question of legitimacy of combating global warming. And for me, the question is not if, because I think nowadays I would say almost everyone agrees that something should be done. But in my view, the question of legitimacy, which now I mean legitimacy at the national level, within each of our societies, within each of our states, is basically about how we should approach these questions. And there we are, asking ourselves, is the pace of cutting the greenhouse emissions in the EU level, is it realistic? 55% by 2030, 100% by 2050. Is it something which we can really achieve? Is it economically realistic? Is it technologically and physically feasible? The same part or the same group of questions. Should everyone really has to get involved, including the central banks, to which, as I said before, I would say no. So all these difficult questions are on the table. And just a small remark, my understanding is that, which is of course unfortunate, maybe dramatic, maybe sad, that actually the war in Ukraine actually made the job for politicians a bit easier. I think people became ready to accept higher prices for energy. I think if we had only this transfer or this change of technologies via or in the direction of lower greenhouse emissions, which would then result in higher prices of energy, it would be difficult to accept it by the society. But as the energy prices increase as a consequence of the war, I think many people accepted it somehow. They don't like it, but they somehow understood it. And I think a part of the price increase which would happen through the climate change or combating climate change will remain there, but people would understand it as a consequence of the war, which I think made the job for politicians in some parts of our societies, including maybe in the Czech Republic, a bit easier. Then we have a big debate at the global level. There we have also a dilemma. The famous question is, how much sense does it make for the EU to go that far in its ambitions if we have only, I don't know what is the number, 7% of the global greenhouse gas emission, or 9%, there are different numbers, And there I must say, what is interesting, I think, in Europe is to see the debate about the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act, which now goes very much in the direction of promoting the new green technology. I think it came as something quite shocking for the Europeans. I think people think that the size of the US intervention is really big, but if you compare it to our European programs, it's actually not that big. People think that the degree of protectionism in the United States was big because it is money which will go only to companies which are physically located in the United States, which we normally do not do in Europe. But we have other means in the EU by which protect ourselves. For instance, the customs on electric vehicles in Europe, they are 4 times as big as in the United States. So we have other means of protecting our markets than the United States. But I think the paradigmatic change which came about with the Inflation Reduction Act was that first the United States became very active in the field of combating global warming, which was something which we didn't see before. They are the polluter #1 in the world, and they haven't done, in the eyes of the Europeans, very much so far, and now they are doing something. And maybe more importantly is that the way by which they do it, that they are promoting concrete sectors, and they give direct financial support, be it through subsidies or be it through tax credits to concrete sectors, is something which we didn't see before in the United States. It was something, this kind of industrial policy which we saw, for instance, in France, but in the United States it was not the case. I am not so skeptical about the IRA. I don't think we should react too strongly at the European level, definitely not by introducing our own strong protectionist measures, of which I think we have already enough in the EU. But I think that the United States, as they have, I would say, the innovation field in the United States, and also the market is much more flexible than here, I think that maybe these interventions in the United States could bring about some good innovations from which the whole world in the end could benefit. By the way, many innovations which we are using now, be it internet, I don't know, you can name plenty of stuff, came basically from the United States, and they came also from public support to some domains in the United States, mainly in the military field. So maybe this will also bring about something positive, and I think we should not replicate it or try to replicate it at the European level. Now let me become a bit more practical from this kind of helicopter remarks, and maybe this is something which will be linked to the upcoming debate. And I will return back to the question of legitimacy at the domestic level. And I said that for me the legitimacy is very much linked to the question about how do we do things, and if the costs of this transition are somehow comparable to the size of the problem, where people have different views, as you know. I think we in Europe put, and I'm sorry if I don't want to be too critical, but my feeling is that we immediately jump, if we see a problem, especially in the field of global warming, we try to solve many things very quickly through regulation. And this is something which I do not like much. I think we do not explore, and now when I say we, I mean we collectively in Europe. Maybe I should name European Commission. Is there someone from the European Commission here? Not. They left already. Okay, well, then I can say it. I think it would be good if the European Commission explored more in the dialogue with the industry. What could be done? I think that the market forces are not exploited enough, as I said, and I think we do too quickly use regulation. And I think the markets would be able, or the companies would be able to take part of these problems on board. They are able nowadays to understand the problems with the externalities, and I think they are able to internalize part of these externalities if there is enough talk about them. But what we do instead of that, I think we do regulations which, and this is the part of the regulation which I really do not like at all, when we prohibit or create many constraints on the industries by prohibiting certain activities or certain things. A good example is the whole story about the combustion engine. I don't have to repeat the whole story because it is also something sensitive for the Czech presidency of the Council, which we had last semester at the end of 2022, because it was agreed under the Czech presidency that it will be, the combustion engine will be ended by 2035, and now it was reopened. I think it was good that it was reopened. I think we should be technologically neutral. We should leave it this option open, and we will see if the industry is able to use it. They have a goal that they should be zero emission, greenhouse emission, and if they are able to do it through the combustion engine or not, it's up to them. If not, then not. People then would tell you, Marek, but it's completely unrealistic. You know, these e-fuels which should be used for these engines, they would cost, you know, plenty of money, and we don't have the technology. The innovations would need to be enormous, completely unrealistic. But at the same time, I see from other physicians, or not physicians, physical, how do you call it, or chemical scientists, or those who do physics, they would tell you, but even the complete 100% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 is also unrealistic. For this, we would also need innovations which we don't have yet, and we would need to apply them massively. So what is the difference? You know, we simply don't know how exactly things will happen, and we should leave it for market players, for innovators, if they will bring about some solutions or not. And if not, then of course it will be a natural death of the combustion engine. But I think forbidding it by regulation is something which is not good. What I hear also from the automotive industry that if I take this field, and I think a representative from this industry will be sitting here in this panel, so I will see what she or he will say. But I was recently in a congress on the automotive industry in Slovakia, and they complained enormously about the Commission, which you can say, okay, they always complain, but they basically say that this Euro 7 norm is completely unrealistic to be done. They do not have all the technical norms which they need, and they have at the same time deadlines which cannot meet. On top of that, we hear that there is the new REACH regulation on the chemical stuff, which goes partly against some of the objectives of these norms of Euro 7. So, you know, if the industry cannot cope, if they really say it's for us impossible, do we really have to create all these tensions? Maybe you would say, yes, you know, they complain too much, in the end they will manage, but my understanding is that they will not be able to manage. And then, you know, automotive industry is still backbone of our economies, especially in this part of Europe. And basically the question which I wanted to raise is really we have to be careful that on the way to lowering greenhouse gas emissions, we should not really kill everything, every industry, the whole economy, because, you know, then you ask yourself, what does it bring to me if I put it a bit in an exaggerated manner? We are all killed, but the earth will survive without the gas emissions, but also maybe without the human beings, which is a bit exaggerated. But I think this question is used even by some politicians, and I think we have to take it seriously. So what I thought I will say in the end of my talk would be that I would really try to plead to use more market-based mechanisms. And we should not kill, as I said, the human beings or companies on the way to the lower gas emission society. But I will say actually something different. I think that we are living in the world when the politicians actually do not understand very well the problem, or they hear very mixed signals. On the one hand, they hear we are facing a huge, huge problem. On the other hand, they are hearing from businesses and from some other scientists that the way some parts of the societies try to solve this problem is actually unfeasible. And we see these tensions and controversies. And you know what politicians do when they have these controversies? You know what they do apply? I think the only thing which they understand, if they don't understand these signals which came to them, or if they are too controversial, they simply apply ideology. This is something which they understand best. You know, this is something which they know. And this is also something which then, instead of solving the problem, could add to tensions. And that's why I think what is most important is actually is, and here I see actually the lady, now I see you, sorry, this is actually this lady who will talk. She will tell you a lot about the automotive industry. Hello, sorry, I didn't see you before. She is very knowledgeable about the problems of the automotive sector, so I'm curious what you will say. But I think what we really have is a huge comprehension deficit between the various parts of this decarbonization process. You know, we have on the one hand something which I would call a wishful thinking, and on the other hand we have reality. And we can see it, a good example is the automotive industry. and I don't know if I should call that wishful thinking, is based in Brussels in the European Commission. I don't want to go that far, but I really think that there are two worlds which are too far apart, and I think what would be needed is to really diminish this comprehension deficit. So let me conclude that I think any action which contributes to the reduction of this comprehension deficit is welcome. And I'm also convinced that this is actually one of the main goals of this event, that exactly to bring people with these different views together. I hope that the dialogue which will take place here will help to create bridges between these parts of the whole process, and that in the end will come up with some realistic and feasible solutions from which everyone will benefit. So, Linda, on this happy note, I will finish my, I don't know, inspirational or not so inspirational remarks, and I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mora, and no pressure for the next panel, by the way. I will let you know that we also have Slido, so Mr. Mora, we can actually ask questions. We can also give you a microphone. You already have a microphone, so we can easily ask questions. But thank you so much for the comprehensive and really honest and pragmatic views. And I would actually take just a second quickly say, because this is the third year we're organizing this summit, and third year, that means it's been, the first one actually has been 3 years ago, yes. And back then those topics, or these topics were, let's say, maybe a little bit less developed or maybe a bit less popular than now. And I just must say that you, even 3 years ago, or 2 years ago as well, last year, you always supported the discussion, you always joined the discussions, and you were always very, very keen on contributing with your views and pragmatic observations to the discourse on these topics. So we appreciate that as well, just to let you know. And good, so now we will move to the second inspirational speech. So I will kindly invite Tomáš Jungwirth, the head of the climate team at AMO, which is Association for International Affairs, to the stage to deliver his remarks. Tomáš, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julian, and very good to be here with you today. I will be standing because I think it's for the sake of brevity better. We do not have that much time, and I think we need to leave the space for the panel itself. But I will hopefully build up on some of Marek Mora's remarks on the comprehension deficit. And I would like to convey some messages and ideas about some of the paradoxes and dilemmas that EU is facing in its response to the American IRA, which was already mentioned. I am by no means an industrial policy expert, but I like to look at decarbonization from a geopolitical angle. So let me run you through the dilemmas and paradoxes that I see in the current process that might help frame the following debate. First of all, by striving to get rid of fossil fuel dependencies, especially from Russia in the past year, we are creating or deepening dependencies of a different sort on different suppliers of fossil fuels, including LNG, but also on other materials that are obviously needed for the technologies that should replace our current carbon-heavy energy and industry. Number two, in the EU, we would like to preserve global free trade as we know it, based on WTO rules, especially in countries such as the Czech Republic, very export-heavy. This is something we see as fundamental. But at the same time, it is not really very practical to be the last one in the pack who observes the rules. And let's face it, one of the paradigm shifts that was already noted by Mr. Mora, I think is in the fact that the global free trade as we know it is probably not in its heytime. It's probably past its prime, and protectionism is really on the rise across the globe. So it's not only, obviously, the United States with its IRA, but China for many, many years, and others as well. So if the EU is the last one to actually observe the free trade rules, then it might greatly disbenefit, or it might be to its own detriment to do that. Number three, I think it's all good and well and strategic to have good transatlantic relations, and that's something that the EU, including the von der Leyen Commission, has been trying to achieve. not only in the face of Russian invasion of Ukraine, but also, of course, taking that into consideration. But at the same time, we can hardly tolerate hardline protectionism that is being taken by the Biden administration in the form of the IRA, which may well be an instrument to counter the Chinese influence and Chinese tools, but the EU has somehow gotten in the middle of the fire, and it hurts the EU's strategic interests and the interests of the EU's industry, of course. So some response is evidently called for. Number 4, and this I think is fundamental. It seems absolutely sensible to try and counter the American initiative and to support the European industries so that they would be on par with their counterparts in China, in the US, and elsewhere in the world. By, for instance, what we have at hand, relaxing the rules for state aid. So for public money channeled to companies in strategic sectors. However, this proposal may be well on the table, and it might pass. The exemption might pass, but it might not be necessarily beneficial for many of the companies and many of the countries in Europe, including this one. Why? Because state aid benefits those who have significant fiscal power. And those are, in the European case, Germany, France, and other big players. Only Germany and France combined make up 75% of all the state aid that's been given out to companies in the past years. And the middle and smaller sized countries will probably not benefit because they will not be able to counter that power with their own aid. And so in the end, we are talking about the integrity of the single market and about not only rules-based international trade globally, but also rules-based trade within the European Union. Number 5, we came to this, I think, already in the previous remark. The US is offering tax breaks of different sort for its companies in strategic sectors, especially batteries, electromobility, photovoltaics, etc. But obviously, the European Union does not have competence in the tax field. This is a prerequisite and a competence of the individual member states that my impression would be they're not willing to give up. And there seems to be very little appetite for a treaty change that would lead to that, which is a problem, of course, because then we are left with the grants or subsidies, and that means also quite a lot of red tape, quite a lot of administration that is necessary. So the US is actually having a headway insofar that the tax breaks, the tax credits are much more flexible as a tool, and the EU can hardly counter that. Number 6, many say that the EU eventually will need new common financial instrument, especially the EU sovereignty fund that's been proposed, even by the von der Leyen Commission, to counter the US influence and the IRA. But let's face it, in this country, and not only in this country, we struggle to spend even the billions of euros that are already being made available. Think about the National Recovery Plan, financed from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We have a lot of money there. We're even taking a loan. We think that we need it to start up the decarbonization process and to support our industries. But at the same time, we know that the deadline for spending this money by 2026 is already very tight, and the absorption capacity, as we like to call it, might not be there. Number 7, striving for decarbonization entails a growing demand for many natural resources. You have to create your batteries from something, you have to create your photovoltaics panels, you have to create your windmills. But this, of course, potentially deepens other environmental pressures and problems, even social problems. So it's not only that by striving to be decarbonized and striving for climate solutions, we would be solving our environmental problems. In the end, we might be clashing more and more into having those two priorities against each other. So it might be in some instances climate versus the immediate environment or natural protection. Number 8, and that's related to that, the EU, within its Critical Raw Materials Act that's been proposed, wants to bring the mining and the industrial production back home as much as possible. But we know that the resources are not here, not to the scale that we need them. The industrial base is probably not here either. And so we will still need some partnerships and imports from other countries, especially in the Global South. But how will we address those countries? How will we approach them? How does it fit into the development paradigm? And how does it fit into this narrative of perhaps even loss and damage of a past debt that we owe as developed countries to the Global South? I think that's a big question that is still open and unresolved. Number 9, the efforts for increased resource and industrial independence of the EU may lead to short-term emission savings by shortening value chains, etc. But it might also put the international cooperation at risk. Because when you do this, you actually apply some sort of a protectionist agenda, and this is risking to undermine confidence and trust among the partners in the international scene. And without confidence and trust among the partners, I mean, it's hard to imagine to have a global climate framework at all. And of course, we know that the situation in the international arena is now very, very fragile. Number 10, and I'm nearing the end, we may not like, and this has been mentioned, the Net Zero Industry Act to define strategic industrial sectors. We may not like that there's the so-called green tech predefined that should receive some subsidies, that should receive, say, support in the form of simplified permitting procedures. But at the same time, I mean, are we even clear about what should be the backbone of our economies in the future? Mr. Moraes said that it should be the market to decide, perhaps. My perception would be that we should be able to actually set a track, because the EU won't be the leader of the pack in everything, and Czech Republic, of course, will neither. So we should probably try and define what is really what we want to be good at in the future, and what's the strategic sectors we want to support primarily. Number 11, yes, it is true. The EU does not always provide for solid impact analysis in all the new legislation. We've all seen that. One of the reasons for this is that the legislative process within the EU has gone from 2 or 3 years back to maybe 1 year, and everything is being really rushed through. But why is that? Because we cannot really afford many delays either. Because if we delay, as we can see, we might end up at the end of the global pack, and this might be to our detriment. We need to respond quite flexibly. So this, again, is a certain paradox. Yes, we do not have thorough impact analysis, not even on the level of the member states, but at the same time, we have to move forward somehow. And this would be the last one. Number 12, I think the elephant has not left the room. And of course, I mean, our economic model is a heavy extraction-based model, which is, and we have a lot of studies for this, clearly unsustainable in the long run. So how do we get rid of our dependencies to the degree that they basically lead us to a future which is not sustainable? I think this is being increasingly addressed also on the fora of the European institutions, and I think that's for the better. Anyways, forward, I prefer to frame questions than to give answers, so I might leave it here, also for the sake of saving some time for the panel. But thank you for inviting me, having me speak at this wonderful forum, and looking forward to hearing from industrial experts about their ideas. Many thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tomáš, for the brilliant presentation and for asking these, not only asking the questions, but also bringing up some of these points which I feel are actually not being discussed enough. And one thing you definitely achieved here, I think you gave people some interesting food for thought, but also some questions to discuss maybe over coffee during the breaks later, even tomorrow on Friday. So I definitely very much encourage you to try to find answers to some of these questions, and maybe share with Tomáš as well. And maybe some of these questions and some of these topics we will also touch in the next panel on. And speaking of the next panel, I will now kindly ask you to join me on stage. So the next panel will focus on decarbonization of industry, which we already opened, I think, as the next topic. And I'm trying to remember all the speakers, but I see it now. I mean, we do have a lot of amazing speakers, let's be honest. So please, if I can ask to the stage, the moderator, Levente Kocok, Senior Advisor from Green Policy Center, please, to moderate the discussion. And then we have also Carlo Beltram, Group Business Development Manager and CEO of Romania and Friends Units from AFV Beltram Group. Then we have Boris Gaspar, Managing Director of Czech Republic for BASF. We have Michaela Letkova-Plosekova, Environmental Manager from Volkswagen Slovakia. Please come to the stage. And Zdeněk Pecel, Executive Director of the Association of the Automotive Industry of the Czech Republic.
Oh, good.
Good. So without any further ado, I'll give you the word back to the Mr. Moderator, Levente Kocok. And I wish you a very good discussion, and also to you enjoy the discussion.
So welcome everyone, and I hope you can hear me. And thank you very much for all these wonderful and very interesting thoughts for the keynote speakers. And thank you for Julian to introduce all the panelists. So yeah, many Central European countries struggle with the decarbonization of heavy industry. And on the other hand, the companies have to go through or navigate through a very different and very difficult terrain with lots of political changes, lots of financial and legislative changes, like if we consider like the last 1 or 2 years or even the COVID period. And meanwhile, the discussions on industrial decarbonization are a bit underdeveloped in this region. So today we will discuss all these issues, and we have a very big variety of sectors represented in this panel. So we have steel industry, chemical industry, and automotive industry here. So first I would like to start with just setting the scene of where the different sectors are being at the moment and what are their challenges. So first question would go to Carlo. So are the European industrial sectors at risk because of the US Inflation Reduction Act measures?
Thank you very much. Sincerely, I don't think that IRA is a threat. Europe already answered with one package, very consistent one. I think that the problem is the real demand. So if we've seen all of this scheme inside the Green Deal, so the willingness to decarbonize, the problem is not the level of state aid or package that you are putting in place to promote a certain kind of industry or certain kind of technology. The problem is to create the demand. Reality is today doesn't exist this demand. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to pay €1 more for this kind of product, at least, up to now. So, actually, I would like to make a small example. When I was younger, my professor was teaching me every time that the competition is one of the rules to keep a company, a country healthy. I think that the paradigm is quite changed. United States, after the implementation of 232 by Trump, so that was restricting the import of steel, I'm talking because this is my field, everybody was thinking that somehow the industry will be collapsing. The reality is that it's flourish. They didn't give state aid, they simply blocked the import. So that is maybe politically incorrect to say. But the reality is that now, 10 years ago, United States industry, steel industry, was the oldest technology-wise industry comparing to Europe, but even comparing to India and part of China. Today, I think that is the modern industry in the world. So they invest a lot of money, private money, simply because they succeed to protect their own industry. So I really appreciate the speech that I heard before, but I never heard a word, level playing field. It's very easy to compete against Europe with other kind of rules. So I'm very humble point of view, but what I'm facing every day is competition by country that doesn't have the same legislation, competition by country that are supported by their state to export, to gain currency. So how an industry can compete, respecting on the rules in Europe against this country? We are not on the same level playing field. But from the other side, we have the ambitions to be the best in class, to have the best technology. So somehow we have to get out of the imagine that World Trade Organization, that state aid are not pro an open market, because this open market simply doesn't exist. We outsource cheap production of material. Everything is coming from other countries. So what it means, that is in a world economy that makes sense. They're cost less, we are importing. Reality is that after that we are freaking out due to the fact that inflation is acting. So because we are not able to raise our salary. We have 12 industrial plants, and it's every time a debate, huge debate, to increase the salary. Why is a debate? Because, okay, but after that, the Chinese is coming, the Turkish is coming, the Egyptian is coming with cheaper material. It's not that I have a plant in Romania. It's not that in Romania the salary are much more expensive than China. It's not anymore like that. And China has 1,000 miles to arrive to here. So what is it? Not the level, same playing field. If we get out from this taboo, I think that we can restructure our industry, that by the way is getting older, and we can get the effect without the state aid, because I fully agree with what they say. The state aid somehow helps some country, helps some company, and not all of them. So create some kind of unfair competition inside the European Union. What else to say?
Okay, thank you very much. So next question will go to Mihaela. So what are the main focus areas for the decarbonization of the automotive industries in the Central European region?
So thank you for the question. Maybe I will try to explain a little bit more than decarbonization, because here was mentioned the Green Deal already, and most of the people really think that the Green Deal is at least 80% decarbonization. And this is maybe also what was mentioned by Mr. Mora, that we should put more things together, that they really make sense. And according to my opinion, we can really make huge steps direction the CO2 neutrality if we make much more complex thinking about the decarbonization. I will make a small example, because I think all the Central Europe countries have such quite bigger or smaller problem with the waste. So if we speak about decarbonization in the automotive industry, most of the CO2 emissions come from heating, so we need some heat for the production processes, heat for our buildings as well. And another part, around 30%, is produced through the gas consumption for the technologies. So for the paint shops, for example, or for some other technologies. So if we put these two things together, and the automotive industry is very, very big in the Central Europe countries, we need quite a lot of heat that is producing the CO2 emissions. At the other part, we have quite a lot of industrial waste in the Central Europe countries that is going to the landfills. It is a big problem in Slovakia, it is a big problem in Czech Republic. I know in Hungary they are a little bit better, but in Poland as well. So why don't push the government the strategy that way that we are able to generate the needed energy for the automotive from the waste? So if we are able to transform the energy that we are putting back to our earth, to the landfills, as it's a not renewable energy, but it's kind of sort of energy we already produced, we can use it back. And so that we are able to decarbonize a part of our production. At the same time, we are able to solve big problems for Central Europe countries. And this is just one example. There are several other examples. And also what was the previous discussion about the renewable energies. So it was already mentioned, the permissions, how long does it take so I am able to get the permission, that maybe not all the people that are speaking about decarbonization really know how long does it take to get a permission, for example, for heating plant. And at the same time, I want to go out of the natural gas to some other resource so that I'm not producing the CO2 emissions anymore, and I want to decarbonize my industry. And I have to fulfill the Industrial Emissions Directive at the same time, and so that I have to get the permission according to this directive. And it will take me, until I start the reconstructions, at least 2 or 3 years. So if I start now, maybe my first decarbonization impacts I am able to see is 2026, 27, 28. And also what is the quite big problem is that also the strategy and all the requirements that are coming on the industry, and it doesn't depend if it's automotive or the industry as whole, is that all the requirements are coming and they want to have the results sooner than it is really possible according to some other regulations that we have to fulfill. So this is quite a big problem, and but I think the task on the government side is to think about for each country, and maybe together for the Central European region, is what make the biggest sense for us, so that we are not only decarbonizing the industry, but at the same time we can solve some other problems, and this can help us very much.
Thank you very much. So let's continue with the automotive industry. So I would pass the next question to Zdeněk. So are there sufficient financial incentives to keep the production in the Central Eastern European region? So what are the potential political tweaks that could help the industry, but those which remain underexplored or insufficiently addressed?
I listened carefully to the two keynote speeches, and by listening to that, listening to Marek Mora, one would be really optimistic on the perspectives of the production in Europe. He mentioned that IRA is not an issue. I myself, I'm not so optimistic. Why? I think money and manpower are limited in time. So what IRA is doing, it's bringing current money and manpower to the US, and obviously, at the best case scenario, postponing the investments to be done in Europe.
question is, what will happen in the future? Nobody knows. So the question is obviously whether those investments that were originally planned or hoped for will in the end take place. So in that regard, I think US is doing a good job of bringing what they need to become a green, transformative economy today. And Europe is losing on that one. I mean, everybody knows that Europe is strongly regulating the industries, telling them what they cannot do, what they can do. The approach in the US and China is quite different. They are more subsidizing and motivating the industries to move ahead. So in that regard, I'm a little bit skeptical. You ask about the whole of CE region. I think it's really hard to generalize here because the approach in different countries is quite significantly different. If you look at our industry and the automotive and look at, for example, Poland or Hungary, they are definitely trying to get the new parts of the supply chain there. Speaking about the battery production for the electric vehicles, speaking about the other parts of the electric powertrain, because it's not only about batteries, it's about high voltage electronics, motors, etc. There's quite a lot of interesting high value added components in the chain of that. So that's happening in Poland, that's happening in Hungary, but it's not really happening in Czech Republic. Of course, we now have a debate whether Czech Republic has enough funds to subsidize, to really help these transformations. And of course, there is this European debate on the reply, let's say, to the US IRA Act. The main question for us from the get-go was where will the funding come from? If we leave it to the national states, then obviously we are supporting two-speed Europe because Czech Republic, as a small country, and as in year 2023 without significant budget, with coming in budget cuts, then obviously we will not be able to support this transition as fiercely as would Germany, as would France. So this was one of the prerogatives. The other one was the scope of the act envisaged by the EU. We thought that focusing in our sector only on batteries will be too narrow to actually achieve the whole production value chain for the electric vehicles. And from that, one thing's come clear. It has to be the national state that says, yes, I see that this transition is happening. I can foresee the impacts. I can prioritize my industries or my outputs, and based on that, I say I'm for the green transformation or at least against it. Doing nothing is, I don't think, a good option, and I think Czech Republic is currently in this stage doing nothing, which is quite sad because. Considering what is happening, my colleague mentioned it already, the high price for the employment, which is basically similar to what is in China these days. Even higher price for the energy, which leads some industry to push the production out of Europe. If we don't do something, if we don't formulate that we are pro-transformation, and at least there are some things that we are doing, and that there are things, even without supplying the money, there are things that Czech Republic can do, then obviously this will not happen and we'll miss the train, with automotive being 10% of the GDP in Czech Republic. This will definitely go down if we don't catch this transformation, don't catch the batteries, don't catch the rest of the propulsion chain, and of course catch the chip production, which is going to be the main part of the new digital vehicles that are coming.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, Boris. The question is, what are the particular decarbonization issues for the chemical industry? What would be the main changes needed to the local or the EU level policies to enable low carbon production?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel to represent the chemical industry. And let me put things a little bit into perspective. For the chemical industry, it is a big emitter of CO2. We are roughly at 1 gigaton of CO2 per year globally, out of the 40-something, 44, 45 gigatons globally, so we are certainly an emitter. And for the chemical industry, there are two major aspects when it comes to decarbonization. One is energy, energy production, be it in the form of electricity or heat, and then the second aspect is chemical production. And these are also, to name a few levers that we have to reduce the CO2 emissions in the chemical industry. On the energy part, of course, renewable electricity is one big portion, if not the biggest portion, that would, in a simple step, have a big impact. When it comes to heat, for instance, installing industrial scale heat pumps, again, powered by electricity, so we are back to renewable electricity. And when it comes to chemical production, there are a few elements to this. For instance, new technologies that can aid this. For instance, electrifying the so-called steam crackers. A steam cracker is basically the heart of a big chemical production site. Imagine a big oven which is fed with naphtha, where the cracking of naphtha is taking place. This is happening at 850 degrees Celsius, and currently this heating is being done with natural gas. Electrifying this process, basically taking out the natural gas from the equation, will again in a single step have a big contribution. On the other hand, we talk about electrifying, so the need for renewable electricity would jump exponentially quite high. But this is already one aspect of it. Another aspect is the shift from fossil resources to bio-based resources, let's say biomethane, bio-naphtha, for instance, to use as a raw material. And last but not least, also to reduce the depleting of the fossil resources is entering circular business models, for instance, chemical recycling when we talk about the chemical sector. So these would be the main levers, I would say, that should have the biggest contribution. It's easier said than done. Behind each and every one of them, there is quite some effort to go through. And certainly, I think legislation was touched here several times. It can be a help, it can also be a burden, and it's a constantly evolving discussion. I liked your comment, Mr. Mora, that or Apple, that the European Commission should seek and engage into a dialogue and more collaborative approach to the industry. I support this very much, and we see some positive development on that end. But just to really spell it out, what we call a legislative tsunami that is coming to us from Brussels is really putting us under pressure. And my colleagues in BASF headquarters counted the size of legislative text that is coming to us, at least for the chemical industry. They were roughly at 14,000 pages of legislative text. Someone has to read this, someone has to understand it, analyze it, and derive an impact for the company. And we talk about a corporation who has the power and the means to do it. Imagine a smaller, medium-sized company who might not have. Having said this, recently there was a document issued also, the transition pathway for the chemical industry, which is the step towards the industry and going into the dialogue. So we welcome this, and it's a good door opener, but I think we still have a long way to go. So maybe for starters, I kick it off with this for the chemical industry, and certainly we can debate longer.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to remind everyone that you can send us questions through Slido, and the first question has already arrived. But before going to that, I would like just to briefly give you the floor if you want to react on what was already said by the other panelists.
Maybe I just continue, if I may, just on the topic of the IRA, and is it something, is it a threat? Should we take it seriously? Should we not? I think how I look at it is basically really a different attitude towards how to achieve maybe the same goal, to achieve carbon neutrality. And really just the philosophical attitude between North America and Europe is, while in Europe we are creating boundaries, regulation, and basically we are narrowing down the room for companies and entrepreneurs where they can maneuver and look for opportunities or solutions to get there. The opposite is happening in the US. It's opening basically a huge room, be it for new technologies, breakthrough technologies, and supporting that while achieving the same target. So I think this is something that we could learn from and maybe take inspiration from. And you also mentioned, this technological openness. I'm a huge fan of that. I'm a chemist myself. I've worked in R&D and innovation, and I think this is also a very important topic. We should not kill a certain technology today. Why? Because today it might be not economically feasible. And if we kill it today and not invest a penny into it, then we will never find out if it could have been competitive in 5 years down the road. So just on this topic.
Maybe if I can continue, I am really thinking about the technology. Yes, so the technology neutrality is very, very important. But what we have to consider is how long the development of the technology takes. And this is really important to consider when we are speaking about the targets, about the terms, and about the investment for all these parts. And implementing the new technology is crucial. And if we are able to make a complex considering that will bring us to the final technology, this will really help us. And this is the question, what will be done in the US if they are really opening for all the technologies, or they are going to promote one kind of technologies for the future. But really the technologies and the big picture that will help, or the big picture should promote the technologies much more, I think, because without the global thinking of the technologies, we are not able to fulfill all the goals, even maybe 10 years later than actually getting into the timeline.
Well, since we're talking about regulations being Europe's #1 means of this green transformation, one general comment would obviously be, let's not get used to our political thinking of how we do things in Europe, meaning how we do them in Brussels, because quite often it seems, at least from outside Brussels, that the goal is to get, let's say, 50% off reduction of something. And the way to achieve it, to regulate that there must be 100% reduction, obviously we do not expect it to happen. So we will be happy in the end if there is 30, 40 or something. But as my colleagues already mentioned, this is not the way the industry works. We need time for transition, for industrializing processes, products, which takes at least in single years' time, usually 3, 4, 5 years' time. Even more, we need transformation of our energy sector. We need transformation of grids in the energy sector, which take decades. So I'd say that there should be much more planning and due diligence done when new regulations have been drafted on feasibility in time as basics for sort of ideas where Europe should be in decarbonizing and sustainability at a certain point of time.
I think technology to achieve the Fit for 55 already is existing in majority of the industrial process that are sit on this panel. It's a matter of cost and coming back, of competitiveness. I can produce with 50% less of my CO2 emission, and I think that most of them can do the same. At what cost? How much of my market share can I lose if I do so? What the government, how the government support this kind of increase of OPEX? It's not just a matter of technology, because yes, if you want to get 250 at zero, that I think is impossible. It will be impossible even then. But that's the reason why it's not called zero emission, but it's called net zero emission. Then there is a way how to compensate. So we can talk about CCU, CCUS, but the point is now, today we can drop down the emission by 40%, not easily, but we can do technology-wise. The cost will explode in majority of our process. Maybe not majority, but the cost will explode and we will lose competitiveness.
Yeah, thank you. We have received quite a lot of questions in Slido, so maybe we continue with those. So, are you implementing ESG criteria into your supply chain? Are you communicating clearly your expectations to your suppliers to be able to decarbonize your business? So question is not specified to any of you, so who would like to answer, can answer, even multiple one of you.
Can you put the question on the screen maybe?
If you could put the question on the screen.
Yeah, sure. I'm looking at the technical people, if that's possible. Yeah, okay, yes, now we have them. Sure, so this is, so what I asked was question number 2 about the ESG criteria.
So maybe one general answer, the ESG criteria haven't been issued yet. So the final decisions, they are in the preparation. So maybe what we are doing, so we are trying to collect all the current data that are available at our side. We are trying to speak to our supply chain and explain what are we going to ask them. And this is also one example of what Mr. Mora said. We met 3 weeks ago at a special conference for the automotive, and I held a presentation regarding the Green Deal requirements and what are we going to request from our supply chain and why it is important to start now. Better that you started last year, but if you haven't, just start now. This is the best moment for doing it better than yesterday. And because at the time point where the criteria are coming out, you are already late. So as we, as a huge company, have to make the first report with the data 2024. By the end of this year, we have to prepare all the processes and all the required data that we are having. We have to collect from the beginning of the year 2024, and even we don't know the criteria yet. So it's quite tricky, but just start. If you are the supplier.
And for the chemical industry, it's also yes, we are in the process of implementing that or in the preparation phase, and not only into the supply chain, but basically across all the processes, and also in our innovation process where the new products are coming out, it's already embedded. It's not in the preparation phase. We have the so-called sustainable steering, solution steering process, where every new innovation has to go through a certain stage gate or a phase gate process, and it will only pass if the to-be new product is more sustainable than the one to be replaced. So there is already almost a hard cut pre-programmed in the process.
Carlo?
We implemented ESG criteria through sustainability report 5 years ago. I'm very surprised that wasn't yet implemented in other sectors. 3 years ago, our banking covenant for loan was absolutely 100% economics. Today, 80% are based on our ESG. So depending on water consumption, depending on CO2 emission and NOx emission, and banking system are really putting a lot of action on that. We are communicating clearly your expectation, of course, otherwise it's greenwashing. If we are not communicating all our target and the step how to reduce those, from my point of view, we don't have a clear communication that the other people can monitorize. So we create a platform in internet that can be accessed from open source. We created 2 years ago the first low carbon emissions steel for construction industry in the world. And the fact that everything is brand new, that there is not a clear legal frame of definition what is green and what is not. We are open for discussion with every authority. We just get from French authority the recognition of the definition of green. But every state is implementing, jeopardizing the main goal. So as different kind of approach. We don't have European rules for the definition of that. And that's let us spend a lot of effort to implement.
Okay, thank you. So let's continue with the next question. How do you see the role of hydrogen in the steel and chemical industry? Will the hydrogen be produced locally or imported, and from where?
Maybe I start, if you allow me, for the chemical industry. Hydrogen does play a big role. Speaking for BASF, globally we consume roughly 1 million tons of hydrogen in the chemical production, so it is a very important raw material for us. And when it comes to low CO2 or low carbon emission hydrogen, again, here we are strongly advocating for a technological openness. The EU Commission seems to push for green hydrogen and green hydrogen only, kind of neglecting the other possibilities. Green hydrogen, for the non-chemist in the room, is a hydrogen produced from renewable electricity, basically in the process of water electrolysis. But there are other technological options out there, for instance, methane pyrolysis, which, by the way, consumes 80% less electricity as such in the production. Yes, it does use natural gas, similar to the current process, but it's CO2 emission free. So there is a big difference there. And I know that the Czech Republic is strongly pushing for the hydrogen produced from nuclear power to be also accepted as kind of green. And I think speaking for myself, at least for a transition period, it would be very wise to really consider this strongly. Otherwise, those targets that are coming from the Commission will be very, very difficult to meet. And when it comes to production, local or import, currently there is no transportation network for hydrogen standing. So I think a big company with a big consumption of hydrogen is better off having a local production. But at the same time, I think Europe should start investing and building a network to be able to transport hydrogen in the future.
In the steel industry, hydrogen is considered as a substitution of gas. Gas, as normal, is a CO2 emission. Hydrogen, actually, European Community approve conceptually the purple hydrogen from nuclear. We are developing in Romania with new scale from America, new micro-module nuclear plant that will generate hydrogen. The problem, I don't think that today technically wise can be transported by pipeline, right? It's too leaking. We develop already one micro module for hydrogen, but to substitute the gas. The problem there is that OPEX-wise, so from a cost perspective, is 4 times the cost of actual gas. So unbearable. And again, I come back to the same point that I start my speech. But of course, everybody has a lot of, let's say, promises on this. I think from my point of view, there are other technologies regarding steel industry that can be more effective than hydrogen today.
Okay, thank you. Although the question did not mention the automotive industry, I would like to give the opportunity to Mihály and Zdeněk if you want to react on this hydrogen issue.
Good.
Well, we are looking at hydrogen as well from 2 perspectives. From a propulsion perspective, as a mean for propulsion of heavy-duty vehicles. Not so much for light-duty vehicles, cars and vans, and of course within the production. We are not so energy-intensive as the colleagues from chemical and steel and cement industries, but for example, in what I call it, the paint shops, the places where you paint the car, we use quite a lot of gas these days, so that would be quite a good application. And of course, the money or the OPEX situation doesn't really help us at the moment because it's simply too cost prohibitive. My question when it comes to production, where and how much would basically be, and perhaps my colleagues from chemicals and other industries do already know it. Since Europe speaks quite a lot about green hydrogen produced from renewable energy, which we all know is an intermittent source of energy. Is there a really good financial case for intermittent hydrogen production? Or because from what I've heard so far, all the plans that are for hydrogen production are for continuous production, meaning we will need some energy during the night, probably nuclear. This is why we basically need to have green nuclear or acceptable hydrogen being coming from nuclear, because making it only in certain hours in a day, in certain months of a year, simply doesn't make the business case for this kind of production. I'm not sure if already there are some kind of business cases like that, or if there is a solution. So.
Actually, yes. The business model that we develop in this small module is not for producing hydrogen. The hydrogen capability is to storage the electricity produced by the park. We are storing for the night shift. We are not transforming in hydrogen. We are just storing and not using the hydrogen. That is the only way how we can let the business case be sustainable. Otherwise, not. Through photovoltaic, sorry, yeah, because nuclear is completely other business.
Yeah, so this brings us to the topic of costs, which was raised in the third question from Slido. So what is the cost of the whole process? I guess it's the industrial decarbonization process that is meant, so for the company. Have you done calculations? Are you willing to share the numbers? So if you have...
And decarbonization.
Yeah, maybe, or the green transition, or any numbers that you have and would like to share.
Green transition and decarbonization.
Yeah, it's quite different. Yeah, definitely.
It's ambitious to ask to put a cost label to the entire decarbonization of the company or the industry. I wouldn't dare, but I think from the discussion, it probably already became obvious that what are the main levers and what are the missing pieces to the puzzle to be able to decarbonize, and some of these aspects are simply not yet there. And we talked about the availability of green electricity. We simply don't have the amounts that are needed, so this will go with some investments. When we talk about the chemical industry, bio-based feedstock, again, the availability is a bottleneck, so there is simply today not enough material to be able to do a transition in a bigger scale. even if we leave the cost of it kind of just for the sake of argument outside. So at this point of time, I think it's not really possible to put a price tag to the entire decarbonization process, if you ask me.
But we are speaking about really, really high money. So it's hundreds of millions.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy because you have to guess the cost of technologies which are not really ready or not market ready yet.
But the definition of decarbonization, what is it? Sorry. So that we have the representative of automotive industry. I think that in automotive industry production, the biggest emission is in scope 3, right? Means your supplier emission, right?
Yes, but the question is, what are we speaking about here? Because the company itself is scope 1 and scope 2. And if we are speaking about the company as a concern, you are considering the scope 3. So this is a really tricky question from this point of view. But from my perspective, we have to consider not only the CO2 emissions, but the whole impact. Because if my impact, if I'm decreasing the CO2 emissions within the scope 3, but my impact is increasing in some other case, so I can say to everybody, okay, so we have reached the decarbonization, but my actually environmental impact has increased in such a way that it will be not environmental friendly and nor sustainable. So this is really what was already mentioned in the question or assumption number 11, what Tomasz told us. The environmental impact assessment of this whole has to be made, not only the decarbonization. Because from my perspective, in some cases, it doesn't really make to invest into decarbonization. It makes sense to put this investment in the environmental decrease, impact decrease, and so that this net CO2 can be achieved, and I am decreasing also my environmental impact. And this will be the magic trick if it really makes sense for the climate change, or we are going to speak only about the decarbonization numbers at the end of the story. And
but climate change, according to the definition, is the decarbonization. So
no.
Pretty yes. So
No.
it's not NOx, it's CO2 actually. After that, if you want to talk about the problem with the water, yes, that's the reason why the ESG. But my question is different. So, I don't read the last one. 2039 versus no. My question is different. So EU, the Green New Deal, I think that is the biggest revolution, industrial revolution that we are going to face, our generation probably. Big change. So now you can believe in the fact that the CO2 is the evil, the biggest evil in the world or not. But we cannot deny the fact that European Union, United States are putting a lot of money in this bet. So that is clear. They already put, we have a huge amount of state aid scheme, Repower, modernization fund, just transition fund, based just on that. So.
Yes, but how many of the documents that are part of the Green Deal are not directly putting the effort on the decarbonization? And I don't think that many people really have the consideration how much in percentage from the overall 120 plus documents of the Green Deal are really considering only decarbonization.
Absolutely. That's the reason why there exists ESG. So water consumption, NOx emission, several other emissions. Now I'm talking about the economical part of the decarbonization, of the Green New Deal. That's a majority related to the energy efficiency and the reduction of emission. All the schemes that exist right now in the place, that are in place, are reducing to that. I think that also you receive as automotive industry some support for selling electric vehicles, right?
For selling what?
Electric vehicles. So I'm going to buy a car and I can get a discount, I don't remember, in the different discount from different country. I think 10,000 euro per car if I buy an electric vehicle versus a normal car, is correct? So some kind of, no, maybe
they are providing, or we are trying, in principle, for the whole concern, trying to put all the services that are needed to provide greener automotive. I will say it this way. So there are several projects. So we are a quite big company. So if you choose just one, I am not able to answer.
No. I'm saying that automotive is not inside the emission trading system.
Yes, is
inside.
Yes,
and it's calculating based, like all the other industry, scope 1 and scope 2. I think that how much is in percentage scope 3 in your emission?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. We only have 12 seconds remaining of this panel. I really enjoyed this discussion. It's very enjoyable. So I hope we can continue it in the break or during the reception. Just the red is signing that we have run out of time. So maybe if you can say just one sentence per each, just a short message to other industrial operators who are here in the room, that what do you consider the most important about the green transition, or what advice would you give?
So if I may start,
sure.
From my point of view, so we can really look at the whole environmental impact decrease so that we will contribute on the climate change revolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
I summarize my points from today. A take-home message maybe for you guys, for the chemical industry. We need a lot of renewable electricity. We need sufficient funds to finance the R&D and the new technologies to make it happen. And we need technological openness.
And we also need to look at the timing of the requirements in order to keep the industry within Europe and not to be forced to resort to ideas like the one that's happening in Germany these days, where they want to subsidize price of electricity for the industry in order to keep the lights on. So timing will, of course, be one of those prerogatives to keep the lights on Europe for the industry.
We need a market that can be able to pay for this kind of transition. If we don't get protectionism or state aid, at least the market.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for our audition to be here with us.
And thank you very much from me as well for the moderation and for all the insightful comments from the speakers. But this is one of the topics, and I think you agree that we could just continue talking about for a very, very long time. And thank you for looking after the time as well. So this is one of those sessions that actually finished and did finish on time. So this was the last session of the day. And maybe just to wrap up quickly, I think we did touch on quite a few topics. As I mentioned in a couple of my contributions here and before the breaks, I think the content of today was actually really amazing. I think some of the discussions and even the keynote speeches in the morning, and then also some of the inspirational speeches and remarks were actually touching some really important topics, but also focusing on solutions and some actual steps and strategies we can take to lead that transition of energy, but also industry. Industry, let's be honest, is a very hard question, but I think one thing you demonstrated, something Mr. Mora also mentioned, it definitely needs discussions. Like, it very much needs discussions, needs pragmatic, honest discussions, actually looking at some solutions, and needs collaboration between different sectors and different stakeholders of the government as well, and from the markets. So I think there's a very strong consensus on that topic. And maybe with that in mind, I would just wrap up. I would like to thank you for your attention, everyone, online and here in the room as well. I thank you all the speakers, moderators, and everyone who was contributing to really good discussions today. And tomorrow we will come back again because it's a 5-day summit. And tomorrow we will focus on sustainability in business. So thank you so much. Have a lovely rest of the day.